Hi, good evening, everyone. How are you doing? Welcome. It's nice to see you all. I just need to know first and foremost, do we have audio? Can you guys hear me? Let's see. Let me know if you can hear me. Hi, Hot Ham Radio. Hi, Joan. Hi, Curious Rose. Kelly searches equals answers. Kelly searches equals answers. We've got to close the loop, but if you want to come on, you as a guest, anytime this weekend or next week, let's do it, okay? Hi, Softball Mom. Glad you can make it. Hi, Savannah Bar. Welcome. Nice to see you. Hi, Nancy Ann. I'm super glad you're here. Molson Man. I will always sing your name, Molson Man. Hi, Edward. How are you doing? Yeah, let's get this party started. Hi, Utter Nutter. How are you? Hi, Leatherface. How's it going? Nice to see you. Gail. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see who else is here. Hi, Sherry Claiborne. Nice to see you as well. Oh, all these great people. Hello, No Fear. Welcome. How are you doing? Let's see. Hi, Holly S. Nice to see you as always. I love that Holly S has become somewhat of a regular. Yeah, news, Joan. Yeah, there's little kind of newsy stuff. I'll address. Oh, goodness. And let me go up just a little more. Joan, it's nice to see you. By the way, I hope everything's going well. We have to chat sometime, catch up. My moderators are my friends. For those of you I haven't been able to catch up with recently, I apologize. New job. Sounds like an excuse, or I just thought it was an excuse, but this new job is kicking my butt. Hi, Maria. How are you? If any of my students are watching, hi. They're all 18, so they can be watching if they wanted to. And Gail, how are you? So 2 Gails. Ooh, let's see. I'm going to go back down to current times. And hi, Jody Landis. How are you doing? Welcome. Hi, Muffy. How are you? It's very nice to see you. Hi, Tandrews. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Hi, Mel Mel. How's it going? Welcome. Hi, Midge Elkins. How are you? Let's see. Who else? And gosh, if I missed anyone, I'm very sorry. It certainly wasn't intentional. And just say hello. I'll say hello back. Let's see here. So many of you probably know, this is going to be short, that, oh, hi, Rosie. How are you? Welcome. Nice to see you, darling. July 17th, 2015 was Cece's birth date, the date that she was born. Celeste Watts, youngest daughter of Shanann and Chris Watts, younger sister of Bella Watts, and older sister to be of unborn baby Nico Watts. Such a tragedy. So just a couple days ago was Cece's, they say, 7th heavenly birthday. I've thought a lot about those words as I was picking a title for tribute videos and whatnot, because I didn't want to be trite or cliche or, kind of just toss it aside. I don't know. But so I chose the words I chose for the title and the description carefully. If anybody sees any problem with that, just let me know. Not that I'm going to change it, but when I'm creating memorial videos, they really are to remember the victims. It's so important to remember the victims because they are victims and they did not deserve the fate they received, and we should remember them. We should honor and respect them, particularly when we are discussing a crime that they are victims of, right? And also, when talking about issues of justice, it is so critical that, in my opinion, it is so critical that we stop and pause often to honor and remember the victims and connect to the human qualities in them, remembering that they were human beings just as we are right now. And their last breath was tragically taken, at least in part, if not completely, by a man that they loved and trusted most. So this is a short tribute to honor Cece Watts' birthday. If you saw the video already, I'm not going to play the whole thing. We do have audio, right? It seems like she did have ADHD, T. Andrews. And I actually work with, I'm a special education teacher, among other things. According to, or in comparison to students I know who have ADHD, she has very similar traits, characteristics, qualities. But we certainly wouldn't know that for sure. So here we go. Thank you, Molson Man. Thank you, Joan. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Cece. Good morning.
Hold it, 'cause I'm not hearing you. No, don't do this to me. Okay, hold it. Let's see. I just got to check on my phone and see if when I'm playing the video, you guys hear it. And if you do, all good. If not, I just got to switcheroo something real quick. How's everyone's week going so far? It's only Tuesday, and to me, it feels like one of those Tuesdays. It feels like a Wednesday, which is always a super dangerous thing now, isn't it? Oh, no. Let's see here. Go to my channel. Make sure we can hear the video. All right.
You. Like your patch anywhere on your body, and you're done for the day. It's that simple. And what I love is don't eat the corn. What is that? You want to go play? No, that's a bug. Yes, bugs the size of birds. Oh, I'm on live. Do you want to go back out in the You want to go back out one more time before? Go get the squirrel. Go get it. Mommy, go get him.
Oh, Mel, I'm sorry.
I'm not getting the squirrel. You go
it's
get
going to
him.
be about another 4 or 5 minutes.
He's like a rabbit.
If you really do. I know. Sometimes I understand that mood. So 4 or 5 minutes if you need to come back, okay?
This is Turtle's mommy. No, it's Cece's Turtle's mommy. We got to find you your monkey mommy. Do you want the turtle mommy? And literally, my team.
Yeah.
My mission is to protect my kingdom. I love to sing and dance.
You guys are so silly. Okay, let's go to school. Hey. What? Did you blow my candles out?
So just let me stop that really quickly, and then we're going to return to it. But, I'm seeing the discussion about Shanann's health challenges, and it's okay. It is something to discuss, right? I forgot to update YouTube on my computer. I added to the guidelines to please, especially during tonight's live stream, because we are going to be talking about some things that are a little controversial by nature. So I don't expect that chat's going to ignore that and be like, oh, it's all, peaches and cream here. To talk about things in a thoughtful, curious, and as respectful as possible way is legit. Even if some other people don't like what we say, that's life and it needs to be done. And discussions that help the people involved in the discussion or listening to the discussion evolve and open their minds and, think in a better suited way. I think those discussions sometimes can be a little agitating. Certainly not opposed to that, but I do want to use as much respect as possible for the victims' families, both of them, the R family and the Watts family. I support both families. I find them to both be victims. I don't want to debate that if you don't mind here. And we truly will never know the degree to which Shanann did have health challenges. So just for tonight, let's table that one because it is a topic that has a lot of passion connected to it. And, moderators, right? We can see where that's going to go. So let's just try to table it. I totally get, I'm not like admonishing you for bringing it up. I totally get it. It's something that people discuss because there are some discussion points, but, so there we go. Yes. And moderators, I sent you an email. If you haven't checked it yet, if you get a chance.
You're adorable. Hi. Hi. See, I have a red nose. We just came in from outside playing. Right? Say hi. Hi. Say wave. Hi. Hi. So Bella saw my video earlier and she was like, I want to do that. So we went live. And I have my new tripod that just came in the mail. So I'm super excited to be using it hands-free. And we can't forget Dieter. Here comes Dieter. Say hi, Dee Dee.
Hi, dear baby.
Okay, come here. Come here. Say hi, Anne.
Hi, Anne.
Say hi, Christina.
Hi, Christina.
Say hi, Caitlin.
Hi, Caitlin.
Tell Anne thank you for...
Also her with Sissy. You can sit with us.
Thank you.
You can sit with us. You can sit with Sissy. In bed. It's Sissy.
Okay.
I will sit with her. Don't take her away.
I'm not taking her away.
Whoa! Okay, sorry.
Whoa.
Look at you. You're so good to be here. Look at you.
I got you, Jody. Is cool. I'm taking care of that right now.
Be nice to Cece.
And I really respect you very much for like having that awareness.
You like the snow? Let's see. Is that snow?
Yeah.
Is it cold? It's snow. You putting on your toes? Oh no. On the floor. Do you want to go play in the snow? It is cold, baby. Shut the door.
Thank you, Leatherface and Rose
It is
and Joan
cold.
and everyone.
I know, baby. It's cold. So rub it on the door. Oh, you're putting on your toes? It's cold. You want more?
Yes. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy.
Everybody, let's invite Nana Pop-Up. Oh, Pop-Up's on.
Hi.
Say hi, Pop-Up.
Hi, Papa.
Hi. And Steelers won.
Okay.
Cece, say hi. Cece, say hi. You gonna say hi? You watching, Cece? Bella had to go potty? Okay. Say hi, Cece. Go, Cece. Go, Bella. Go, girls. Blow on it. She wants you to blow on it. Shake your booty, Cece. Go, Cece. What? Go, Cece. Careful. Cece.
Hey, Elizabeth. Yep. I'm coming on with Curious
Do you
Rose
want a
in
brother or a
less than 2
sister?
minutes.
You want a little sister?
Yeah.
You want to be a big sister?
Wow, Leanne,
Yeah.
I've never heard that
Okay.
before.
She said yesterday, she's like, Mommy, I found your heart. You have a heart now.
Hi, Gallie. Nice
You
to
guys
see
are
you.
so silly. Okay, let's go to school.
Awesome to see you. Hi, Elizabeth. Okay. Oh, Savannah, my God, no doubt.
Steelers, here we go. I see picture.
Oh, Jody, it's cool. It's all good.
Aw, say here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Ooh, ooh.
Leatherface, oh my gosh. Hilarious.
I don't want them to really go in the ocean. I mean,
Ready, set?
Say hi, Pop-Up.
Say hi, Pop Pop.
Say hi, Nana. Say hi, Mimi.
Yeah.
And say
Yeah.
hi, Papa.
Yeah. Hey, Pop Pop. Yeah.
Love you guys and have a wonderful day. Say bye. 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 She doesn't stop. Bye, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Okay, guys. So, let's see here. All right. So, welcome everybody who recently just came into chat. I think I'm going to have to just change my mic situation because I can't hear audio and I can't figure out a way to change that. Wait, let me make sure my Bluetooth's on. Give me just a second. Okay, power off. You know what? I'm going to switch to Bluetooth here. So let's see. Leatherface, Kurt Stacy is somewhere asking how could this happen? I just don't get it. Oh my God. You have no idea how funny that is to me. Oh, whoops. Hold it. Now I got audio, so I knew that was still playing. Okay, very good. If you guys know Kurt Stacy, oh, you get it. I just want to address a couple of the questions in chat here. So, hi, Savannah. Hi, Celestina. Oh, such a pretty name. It is such a huge tragedy. Welcome. Hi, Leanne. You know, you're the first person that I have literally, I think I've ever heard or seen written that said that you don't see like the hyperactiveness in CC. I've been doing this channel for over a year and I've always focused on the family dynamic. So I'm not saying you're wrong at all. That just really surprised me. Do you just find her to be like within the normal range of a child her age? Because I could see that too. So So, Callie, it's so great to see you. I haven't seen you in a while, my friend. Awesome to see you. And hi, Elizabeth. Ara, welcome. Hi, thank you for everything you do. And let's see here. Oh. Let's see. Couple other people asked questions I want to address really quickly. Oh, 12th man, why would Cece have a red nose from playing outside? Because it's cold. Have you ever gotten a red nose when you're cold? Yes, Tori, condolences to the family. Absolutely. And Tori, you asked a question, and I think it's a legit question. You said absolutely. Mental health is an issue for both of them. Is this channel for clicks or is this channel for memories of the family? Because this is a prolonged live YouTube video. Just wondering. So this channel is definitely not just for clicks. I'm happy to say, and I'm amazed and I'm proud and I'm heartwarmed to say that the channel has grown rapidly recently, and that's awesome. And that's because there's such a great community here. And I really, this is like to state the obvious to me, but the channel's not about me or my clicks or views or whatever. It's about justice and it's about these victims and it's about all of you guys. All of you guys make this channel. There are a lot of things that I do on this channel or decisions I make on this channel that prohibit the channel from monetizing in ways that it otherwise could when I make those decisions. It's to maintain integrity and just to do things right. Do I get views and clicks? Yes. Do I find the memory of the victims to be the most important thing here? Even before justice? Yes, absolutely. So I hope that answered your question. Let's see. This is a great point. Hot Ham Radio says, it's possible for us all to open our minds without getting angry at each other, but it clearly takes time. Right. So again, tonight, please exercise respect, compassion for the victims' families, and one another. And also patience, as Hot Ham Radio points out here. Really good point. Let's see. T. Andrews. Here's the other one I want to address. T. Andrews asks, did NK look them up online in 2017 or 2018? Well, the first record we have is of her looking up. The first time she looked up, let's see. What order did it go in? She looked up Shanann or Chris in August, the beginning of August 2017, and then the other one on September 1st, like a month later, 2017. And I'm having a mental block as to which one was first right now. And then again, she Googled Shanann Watts on January 7th, 2018. So the answer is kind of like all of the above, Muffy the Dragon Slayer, I totally agree with this. So many people have commented this recently. I think Cece looked just like Shanann's mom. Oh my gosh, there's some pictures of Sandy R and Cece together where she looks exactly like her. Wow. Yeah, for 100% sure. Yep. Yeah. So, all right, guys. So let me just get back down to current time and chat. Oh, I know, Savannah. I relate to this, and I think many people here do. Savannah says, Chris Watts makes me sick to my stomach. Just why did he have to do this? I mean, and that's literal, right? He literally, the thought of this, all of this, literally can make you sick to your stomach. It's, I mean, the magnitude of this tragedy is just so immense. In my opinion, and from what I hear from many of you, it has an impact on people's psyches and, like viscerally how you're explaining and, sentiently in ways that a lot of other terrible, terrible tragedies do not. There's just something about it. I don't know. And Leanne Cartman, did I say, yeah, Cartman, yes. This is the thing. No child should ever suffer for sins of the parent ever. Oh my gosh, isn't that so true? But unfortunately, the reality is that this happens all the time, right? It's terrible. So how do we reconcile this? No matter what your opinion is about this case, about the issues of justice, about Shanann, about Chris Watts, about Nicole Kessinger, about whatever, anything in this case, to me, the bottom line goes down to a few things. Well, first of all, there are victims and we need to remember them and honor them. Another point that Ara makes more eloquently than I do, and often, that when we are looking at Shanann Watts, we are forever viewing her with a hard stop at a moment in time when she was going through a lot of turmoil. She was very young and she probably wasn't at her best or making her best decisions. So really, we do have to remember that, right? And a really big point for me is, and I think it's perhaps the overarching theme, I believe that this family, the nuclear family of, Shanann, Chris, and the children, they were in crisis. And that is not to place blame anywhere. It really, truly is not. I think that, I guess, a lesson, without being righteous about it, if all of us could, take something positive from it, which is even hard to say, I guess it would be a lesson to, you know, do things in a certain way where we improve our own lives. And that is to say something, reach out when we observe in other people, people we care about, or just people that we're close enough to observe this. If things look like a family is in crisis, a person is in crisis, maybe don't say, oh, it's not my business. I'm going to take the higher road and say, oh, it's not my business. Well, maybe the higher road is to get your hands dirty, get involved and get in the business, intervene, do something, throw a wrench in, the wheels that are turning. And often they turn slowly, but with a lot of weight and, power behind them. When there is a crisis situation and you're moving towards being like ground up, right? Throw something in there, give the family or the person in crisis an obstacle to deal with so they don't, just close their eyes and dive headfirst into that crisis, and that's all I'm going to say about that. So I really mix metaphors there, but there's a lot you could use. Well, 12th man says Chris never confessed to killing the girls ever. He did, essentially, when he was in Dodge Correctional Facility, when Tammy Lee Graham Coder and Dave Baumhover went to interview him after he was already serving his 5 consecutive plus life sentences. The interview date was about 3 months after he was sentenced on February 19th, 2018. And he, in great detail talked about what happened. And in essence, there he did confess, right? And apparently, and I don't know if this is true or not. I certainly couldn't independently verify this. Apparently, he also did confess in great detail to Sherilyn Cadle, who wrote the book Letters from Christopher. Oh, Callie, imagine how big they would be now. Oh, I know. Goodness. I know. All right. So oh, thank you. Well, I do like to think that. I mean, I just like this channel community and that, how things have evolved, and it really is. It's all of us that make the channel. So thank you very much, Leatherface. Yeah, Leanne says this case has affected my psyche. Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Yeah, and Edward, where is John McSmith? Edward says we need John McSmith here. He would get things going politically correct in a hurry. Oh, yes, we do need John McSmith, but I don't know if we need that aspect of John McSmith. Hi, Jackie K. How are you? Hi, Lady Jenny. How are you? Welcome. Nice to see you guys. And hi, Honey Bun. How are you? Yes, Honey Bun. If you see something, say something. Yeah. Yeah, I've talked to people about this where they think, oh, the thing to do is, I don't want to get involved. And I understand how that feels polite and to get involved feels maybe, self-righteous and intrusive and but it's a hard call, but I'm going with, if you see something, say something. Yes, honey bun, thank you. That's right. Oh, Leanne, so many good things to say. There's so many lessons to be learned from this case. I think it's imperative for current and future generations. I agree with you a bazillion %. Hi, Tabitha Jane. How are you? Nice to see you. Savannah is commenting, heard that while she didn't know them, she feels this tragedy is somehow her fault. I would like to reassure Savannah that she is normal in feeling empathy. Oh, thank you, Tabitha Jane. And it's really nice to see you here in chat. And if you would like to come up and say anything this evening, Tabitha Jane, you're more than welcome to. We've been chatting in comments and yeah. And we connected. All right. Oh. Okay, so Lady Jenny says, yikes. See, this is where it gets sticky. But if you see something and you don't do anything about it or anything like that, and something bad happens, that will hurt you for the rest of your life. So, that's the flip side of it. So if you do see something and you don't say something at the same time, and something bad does happen, you also can't carry that weight around, right? But we're going to need to. I'm not saying this to be facetious, but we really should have like a group therapy session over all this sometime soon, because we could talk about these issues for a long time. But, yeah, if you see something, say something. And none of us are perfect. None of us always make the right call or the right decisions. Hindsight is always 2020. Predicting the future is not possible for most of us. So, we are humans after all. Let's see. Yeah. So Holly asks, I did recently make a couple videos explaining the MLM stuff in great detail. Any questions you have, I hope are answered there, but I bet there's more I didn't answer for sure. So please comment in the video if you do have questions. I'm currently making a follow-up video. It's in production, so I can answer those questions as I go along. Jamie Smith, nice to see you. I was about to email you, and then it was almost time for the live stream to start. I'm so glad you're here. I've been thinking about you. I hope you're doing well. Okay. Yeah, here's another good point, and then we're going to move on to the topic at hand tonight. Kelly says, they were so good at masking issues. I think those closest to them could not see. And I think you're talking about Shanann and Chris, and that's a really great point. Yeah, totally. They were very good at masking issues, and people that have a lot of issues are often good at masking issues. Because, in some way, for all of us, myself included, when we have issues and we do screwed up things, in some way, this is my belief, and I think that, it's substantiated in some ways. You can disagree with me if you want, but in some ways, those screwed up things that we do serve us, even when it seems like, and even when they do really mess up our lives, they're self-defeating. In some way, they're serving a purpose, or we wouldn't do them, right? I firmly believe that. Hi, Kevin. How are you doing? Welcome, my friend. Nice to see you. Awesome. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tabitha Jane. It's coffee. I'm uploading a video. I just did. Oh, nice. I'll have to check it out. So, Tabitha Jane, is your channel just under Tabitha Jane, or do you have a different channel? I'm sorry for asking that. I'm sorry that I don't know. And if you want to put up the link to the channel, please go ahead and do so in chat. So, anyone here that is a creator, please, moderators, if you notice that and you don't mind going and getting a link to their channel and dropping it in chat, please do, especially Curious Rose and everyone. But I'm going to have a Curious Rose up tonight. And creators, you yourself, I have no problem with you dropping your link in chat. All good. Would like to spread the love. Hello, Go Gators. How are you? Okay. Hi, Tracy Wheeler. Welcome. How's it going? Nice to see you. Hot Ham Radio says, Tabitha's videos are great. Obviously, I don't think I've seen any, Tabitha. I'm so sorry. You were just someone who was, I was kind of interacting with in comments, and you really stood out to me. So I'm so sorry about that. I haven't seen your videos. I will right after this one, though. And if somebody could please drop her link, that would be amazing. Okay. So, all right. So, what we're going to be talking about first and foremost is Cindy Watts' book, All My Broken Pieces. So, there are a couple books that are based on Cindy Watts' stories and recounts of her family and her family after her son Chris Watts married Shanann, and they became a family and had their children. And then, moving on to what happened in the marriage between Chris Watts and Shanann Watts, and then ultimately this terrible, tragic crime. Let's see. No, yeah, we have to figure out anyway. Hey Tabitha, if you could put your link in chat once, if you don't mind, that would be great. Moderators, I guess, can't find your link, and then we'll pick it up from there. Okay. Hi Downtown Wonder, how are you? Welcome. So, just a few days ago, I posted a video that contained Cindy Watts' narrative stories that are, couched in a response to letters from Sandy R., Shanann's mother. Now, when you hear Sandy R.'s account of many things, many sort of shared experiences they had as mother-in-laws as compared to Cindy Watts' account of things, oftentimes they are very different. In fact, once upon a time, this was quite a while back, but I was listening to both accounts or reading them, whatever form they came in, and I was intentionally trying to find the similarities. I thought that would be like a cool idea for a video, since most people tend to see them as being, just constantly opposing one another. I truly could find very few similarities. Most of the similarities, the majority of similarities I could find were pure fact. Like Chris Watts and Shanann Rusek King got married. They had two, very, very, very few things that they agreed on. So anyhow, hi, Just Larry. How are you doing? Welcome. Could somebody drop the Just Larry channel link in chat? That would be awesome. We all know Just Larry. Welcome. Just Larry, I was thinking about you the other day. I was going somewhere after work and I was driving in the direction of the city you live in. I don't know if you'd want me to say it or not. Just Larry and I live like 45 minutes from one another. And I was thinking I had to get a hold of you because I want to have you on as a guest sometime. So let's arrange that if you're up for it. I actually had a couple specific topics I wanted to bounce off of you that I thought we could chat about. So anyhow, the video I put out the other day was Cindy Watts' narration or stories about, remembering, the relationship between her son, Chris Watts, and Shanann, and just, kind of talking about and working out her feelings about this tragedy that happened. And the part that I read is only in manuscript or transcript form. So the book, All My Broken Pieces, is it's either in 5 or 6 chapters. I can't remember now. But originally, there were 5 chapters, and there was a really long chapter 5 of All My Broken Pieces. I've had a lot of questions about this, so I'm just trying to clarify. I think the questions might be in part because I misspoke towards the end of the video. I apologize for that. I would retract it right now if I can remember exactly what I said, but I'm going to have to go back and check once Curious Rose gets up here, and then I'll retract. So the chapter 5, or that last chapter of All My Broken Pieces, was really in 3 parts. It was very long. So the parts 1 and 2 are the end of the book, All My Broken Pieces. The third part, the extended part of the last chapter of All My Broken Pieces, is the portion that I read on a video that I uploaded just a couple days ago, and we're going to talk about it tonight. And that never made it into the book. The exact reason, I'm not sure. But it only exists in transcript or manuscript form. I'm not saying that nobody has ever heard it before, because I know I had heard it before, or at least I had heard the stories that Cindy Watts tells before. So I'm not saying, oh, I'm cracking this egg. Here's the yolk coming from Watts the Obsession exclusively. I'm just saying that, I was sent the transcript manuscript. I verified that it was what I was told it was. Had to clean it up a little bit because it was in a really rough form, and then read it the best I could. So let's see. My data is low. Double. Okay, that's all right. All good. Aw. Puppy. Just Larry's got a oh, I did see your puppy. So cute. Curious Rose, do you want to come up, by the way? Here, I'm dropping the link right now. So Curious Rose is welcome to come up. And just Larry, hey, if you want to come up, you're welcome to come up too. And Tabitha Jane, since you had a existing invite, but you said your asthma is bothering you right now. So yeah. So those are the invites this evening. So I did just drop that link. There you go. Ta-da. Oh my God, Jamie, you're just so funny. Oh no. I'm sorry, just Larry. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so Jennifer Bradford says, I think most of the book is in the book Blood and Marriage by Kathleen Houston. So can you please clarify your statement there, Jennifer? I think that you're probably right, and shame on me for not knowing more about this, but I don't. So, hey, sometimes I get to learn during live streams too. Are you saying that most of the book, All My Broken Pieces, is in that book, Blood and Marriage by Kathleen Houston, or just the portion that I read in the video I uploaded the other day, that extended chapter part? Does that question make sense? If you do know the answer, I'd love to hear it. Yeah, definitely. I will shoot you an email and we'll figure something out, and you can come on as a featured guest sometime. How's that sound? Yeah. Oh, I know. 6 a.m. does come quick. That's when I have to get up to. Oh my gosh. Let's not think about that right now. Yes. And so Jennifer answered the question. She says, yes, because Kathleen was the one writing Cindy's book. That's right. So is it correct to say, Jennifer, because this got confusing even when I was researching it, and you might say, how could that be confusing if you're researching it? Go look up Amazon, go look up this. I'm telling you, there are reputable sources for purchasing either of these books, writings, that have the details all mixed up. So Kathleen Houston is the author of Blood and Marriage, correct, Jennifer? Okay, Dieter. T. Andrews asks, is Dieter alive? Dieter is alive. Dieter lives with Shanann's brother, Frankie R., and Dieter appears to have a wonderful life. I know he's posted videos and pictures of him, and Dieter looks very happy in his old age. He's definitely getting up there. I think he's like 16 or 17 now, I believe. Yeah, so that's what's up. Oh, there's a Curious Rose. Oh, no, it's not. Jackie K makes a really great point in saying, I don't believe this video is intended to be anti-anyone. It's just conversation. No, exactly, Jackie. It's not intended to be anti-anyone. Absolutely not. In fact, I demand, if you're going to be in chat, if you're going to be in the live discussion, if you're commenting on this video and replay, please be respectful to the victims' families, and one another. Some of these issues and topics are controversial, and that does not, go to say that we can't discuss them vigorously with passion. But you guys, come on, we're all adults here. And if we're not all adults here, go, because this material is not for children. Now that we're all adults here, we know where the line is, so don't cross it. And if you need to cross it, expect that your comment or chat is going to be removed. And if you're in live chat and you cross the line 2 or 3 times, you will be removed or blocked. Whatever my moderators think is the thing to do, I trust them 100%. I'm not going to second guess them, so it's in their hands. So everyone just know that, okay? Fair warning. So I'm going to bring Curious Rose up. So welcome, my darling. How are you?
Hi, I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much for coming up here. You're
Thank
just,
you for having me.
I think you're like, well, I don't want to say that because I want to, everyone loves it when you are a guest on the channel. Let's just say like that.
That makes me smile. I love the chat. I love everyone. Great, just great to be up here, and we always have nice discussions and
Yes.
a good time for such
That's
a
right.
sad subject. We end up,
It is.
being able
It is
to
such a
have
sad
some laughs
subject.
and enjoy it.
Yeah, that's right. Awesome. You're such a good guest. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now I was wondering, now what do you think? I was going to kind of leave it up to the chat because I hadn't decided when I started this live stream. Should I go back and read the entirety of chapter 5, or should we just focus on that last portion, the extended chapter 5 that I uploaded the video on the other day?
So the chat doesn't care either way.
Well, we can ask the chat. Okay, so here is the question.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, Downtown Wonder. Yeah. So Downtown Wonder just clarifies the question I asked a little while ago, saying Cindy trusted a person and some chapters got leaked before editing. There was like a whole big mess about it. I think that's why even when you look to reputable sellers or resellers, there's sometimes conflicting information. It's very strange. I've kind of never seen anything like it. But then again, I haven't looked for something like it, but
Right.
yeah. Jackie K, I trust you're being kind, by the way. I don't know if someone
Who?
I don't know what's going on. Jackie K. She's just
Mhm.
has said a couple times that she's being respectful.
Oh, okay.
I think so. Well, I don't know. I don't watch everything in chat. But yeah, everyone just be respectful. Right. Okay. So here's the question, guys. We can do one of two things. Everybody listen up. So option number 1 is to discuss that very last part of chapter 5, the last chapter of All My Broken Pieces. For those of you that have watched the video, that's the part that I uploaded the video for a couple days ago. It's the part that's not in the book. Or I'm totally willing to read all of chapter 5, that last chapter of All My Broken Pieces, and have a discussion about that. So if you just want the very end of chapter 5, the one that I made the video on the other day, please put a 1 in chat. If you want the whole chapter 5 empanada, then put 2 in chat. We'll see what we come up with. And if you don't really care, just don't even. R1, gotcha. 1. So that is just that one part, 2. I think we'll go with mostly 1s, which is probably good for my voice.
What's ever easier for you?
Yeah, I really could go either way. I think we're going for 1s. I'm seeing more 1s, so that's all good. And listen, if there was, if you guys wanted to do the whole chapter 5 at some point, we can definitely do that too.
Okay, sounds good.
Ara says, please do not disrespect Mexican food, Kelly. I'm so sorry. But let's not make light of being respectful. But you're right. I shouldn't disrespect Mexican food by mixing it with that person. Okay. And absolutely positively, Edward, no politics.
Oh, no.
I can't handle politics. Okay, so very good. All right. So let me just go grab something here. So let me just preface this last part, or this, extended portion of chapter 5, the last chapter of All My Broken Pieces, Cindy Watts' story. Let me just kind of contextualize it. So the part of the rest of chapter 5 that is before this, Cindy Watts talks about, she talks about, let's see. She talks about meeting, Shanann's family, and she basically establishes that there's a lot of differences between the two families, our family and the Watts family. She finds her family, the Watts family, to be more private, perhaps more reserved, and Shanann's family to be more, they're willing to air, and this isn't her opinion, air their dirty laundry. I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And you get the sense that she feels uncomfortable with that, right?
Yeah.
She jokes about some things like at the time when Chris wanted to change his name to Chris, Kris apostrophe like Topher or something, like kind of how Shanann's name, she was born with the name Shanann.
Right.
And then at some point, and this is her right, she decided she wanted to be known as Shanann. That's fine. I think it's a pretty name, so she talks about, Chris wanting to do the same. And yeah, here, let me just read this part here. She said, Chris had been at college. But I figured when Shanann had said that about her father and brother, that Chris, or as he was temporarily known, Chris apostrophe Fur, had quote unquote shared that with her. So I was uncomfortable. And he said uncomfortable and sad when Sandy said that about her husband. So Sandy was saying that, well, I don't even want to repeat it actually. That anyway, never mind. That did nothing. Just like, let's edit that out. Okay. Okay. So she goes on to talk about that. The families have a lot of differences. I'm not going to go into anything about the wedding because that gets into like tons of details. And I really would want to read that in her words or in the other family's words, because, I who can like parse that out? My gosh, they don't agree about anything there. Then she goes on to talk about a time when the R's were essentially living out in Colorado with Shanann and Chris and the girls when the girls were like very young. Cece was just a little tiny baby. And the R parents went out there for a while. It was, I think, a little over a year. Is that right, Rose?
Yes.
And but still, when Chris and Shanann went on one of their infamous Thrive trips, Cindy came out to Colorado to watch Bella and Cece, because I guess Shanann's parents, when they were living out in Colorado, like they were really living there. So they had jobs and everything. So when, our grandparents were at their jobs and Chris and Shanann were on Thrive vacation, Cindy Watts came out to watch Bella and Celeste. And apparently, according to Cindy, things did not go well. There was a big blow up. She was, kind of feeling like, the other set of grandparents were trying to keep the children from her. And she's like, why did I even come out here then?
Yeah.
And, you just got a general sense that from the beginning until the last known interaction between the two families, things did not go very well. There was a lot of conflict. There was a lot of uncomfortability. And it seems like there must have been a ton of misunderstanding, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, do you have any other opinion? Do you have anything else to say about that? Or
I mean, right up into the day when they had, the victims were able to kind of get up in the courtroom and say their little, their speeches, and everybody, even Cindy's speech was, she didn't, for whatever reason, she mentioned, her grandkids, she mentioned Chris, but
right.
You just got that sense, like these families, especially these two women, do not like each other, bottom line.
Right. Yeah.
Right to the very end, 4 people are dead from your family, and you guys cannot just come together even for one day.
Yeah, I know. That's, and in a way that kind of makes sense because, well, it was the one child on, being sentenced for the murder of the other, but
Right.
still, I mean, but still, that conflict between them was so,
Yeah.
palpable, even when you're at a freaking sentencing for the murders of your family
Right.
members,
If
so any way you
anything,
look at it,
right. If
yeah,
anything, Cindy
right,
to say to Sandy, "Thank you for sparing my son's life and saying get the death penalty off the
exactly.
table." That,
Yeah, I've always, yeah,
that's a
for
big one.
sure.
Yeah, you don't have to. I don't
Absolutely.
have to like Sandy. I don't have to like Cindy. That's just basic humanity. Thank you for sparing my son's life.
It sure is. And I'm sorry, no matter, and please, let's all be respectful, but no
Mhm.
matter what anyone thinks about Sandy R., the way she, handled that and, saying absolutely not, we do not want the death penalty. It's not my decision. That's God's decision. They wanted to spare his life. That is showing a tremendous amount of compassion and grace.
Yeah.
It just is.
Yeah,
So,
that sat with me not well. That they
yeah.
just couldn't, for just that day
Yeah.
have a little. I know they probably, if they ended up in a room together, they probably would have ended up like a Jello wrestling, like in the middle of a ring, like.
Yeah.
But still,
Yeah.
she could have even said it on the once Cindy was on the mic at the microphone, even just said and. Basic thank you to the R's for sparing her son's life. They were all in shock. I get it. They didn't have to
Yeah.
do it. It just maybe could have broken the ice because that's it. They're
Yeah.
never going to speak again. We know that.
That's right. But
It's
here, wait,
over.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, it's their relationship was just truly crazy. I
Yeah.
just want to clarify something you're going to understand here. That I saw come up a couple times in chat. So let's see. Hi, Green Eyed Bandit. How are you? So Green Eyed Bandit says there's no death penalty in Colorado. Ah, touche. Tis true today.
Yes.
However, when
Right.
Chris Watts was sentenced, there was technically on the books, legally
Right.
in black and white, letter of the law, the death penalty did exist.
That's
Now,
right.
a betting man would have bet the ranch that they were soon to abolish the death penalty in Colorado because that's the way the political and cultural climate was going. But at the time of the sentencing, the death penalty did in fact exist in
Right.
Colorado.
Yeah. And people are saying, "No, that wasn't going to happen. No way." You don't know that for a fact. Most likely, of course not. No, it wasn't gonna. But it was on the table, and for that alone, for her to say we don't want that for him, says a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah. Yeah. So now I see already, people kind of going, back and forth about, and, this is normal again, but again, don't cross that line. Please use compassion, patience, respect for one another, for the victims' families. It doesn't mean you can't have a healthy discussion or debate, but just don't cross that line. Again, we're all adults. If we're not adults, children, get out of the room. This material is not for you. So now that the rest of us are adults, be a freaking adult. Okay. So, so people are kind of debating, the Watts mom versus the, our family mom who is right or whatever, or Shanann in the middle. So 12th man says that's because Shanann told Cindy to keep her mother away from the girls. And that plus Cindy in the middle of Shanann and her mother's conflict. Oh, sorry. There was another comment that was attached to this that made a little more sense. But, guys, many of us, I mean, some people really think one side, I agree. I see the perspective of this one side or the other. A lot of people can sort of see both sides and, you can really go tit for tat. Like I support both victims' families. I think that our family and the Watts family both seem like decent people. I think all four of those individuals were loving grandparents. Did they make mistakes? Of course they did, because we all do, because we're human beings. But did they have the best intentions and do their best for the family that they knew how to do at the time? Because none of us have a roadmap and life is effed up and whatever. Yeah, I think they all did. I don't think any of them were terrible people. I don't think any of them deserve hate. I mean, my God, nobody in this tragedy deserves anything like what happened. I mean, this
Right.
was the act of Satan. I mean, my
Oh yeah.
God, this is
Yeah.
nobody deserves any pain or suffering. even close to the magnitude that this tragedy caused. So please don't even like anyone go there. But
Mm-mm.
you know, I tend to like have a warm spot for or like Cindy Watts. I don't think she's a bad person. I don't and Rose, you and I think might disagree on this. I don't really feel that she was being vindictive or malicious. Now and then, yes, like at the end, that I do see times when that came out, but my God, her heart was broken. She was
Who's
in so much
Cindy?
pain.
Cindy?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm going to be careful with my words, but I have the utmost compassion, empathy, and sympathy for Cindy.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So
Oh
I
yeah,
sometimes
no,
get that wrong idea.
don't get that wrong.
Okay. Okay. So, but then, you know, if we go back, I'm going to tell you how I really feel. These are some things that I've never, commented on or spoken about or stated on
Mhm.
YouTube for sure how I really feel. But I'm going to tell you a couple things. Not
Mhm.
some of you care, some of you don't. Well, anyway, here it goes.
Okay.
You know, it's always really bothered me. And I guess just, you know, as a person looking at this family dynamic, you know, I guess I kind of hold a grudge against Cindy for, you know, not going to the wedding. In my mind, I've always looked at it like this. Not that it started, but that really got the ball rolling for a whole really like nightmarish ride that all of them went on. Now,
Yes.
I understand that things happened before that apparently caused her to say, you know, oh, I'm not going to go to the wedding. You know, they thought that, you know, they felt Shanann was blaming them for this and that and the other thing. It was too much. But, you know, Rose, you and I are both mothers of a
Mhm.
son.
Right.
I just can't imagine anything. I
No,
mean,
nothing
you
would keep
know,
me from that. Nothing.
nothing would
No.
keep me from going to my son's
No.
freaking football game on a Friday night, let
Yeah.
alone wedding.
Right.
You
No.
know, I mean,
Nothing would be that important that I would ever miss my son's wedding. No
and
woman
you know
would
what?
keep me from it.
That's right. And if you've got to feel a little uncomfortable and suck it up and, you know, keep your mouth shut and, you know, kind of listen to people that really annoy you and totally effing piss you off, say stuff that you just can't stand to
Right.
be your son's wedding, you go. But you
Yes.
just suck it up.
That's all you
You
had to do.
know?
And I know that part because I'm sure it, broke Chris's heart,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
because he adored his father,
Yeah. Yeah. And
so
Holly said his grandma went. That's right, Holly. And that's the only person in his family that
I
went.
know some
And his
uncle,
friend
the uncles,
Mark.
yeah, his
Right.
Mark and some uncle who took the grandmother there too. That is a shame.
Yeah. And it's like if you don't want, you know, and at that point, Chris's mother was saying that, you know, she wasn't super fond of Shan, got a bad idea, thought that she was influencing Chris to do things that weren't in his best interest. Well, hey man, don't go to the wedding and be like, well, you know what, just take him and I'm not going to do anything to support him or try to be a counter influence. That's the way to do that, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just
But
can't imagine imagine at your son's wedding when it's time for the son to take his mother for their dance on the dance floor and it's not the mother, it's the grandmother dancing with
God, it
them.
makes
I
me want
could
to
cry.
cry.
That's
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So in you know, Shanna, this is a really great point. She says there was a lot of pre-wedding drama, in my opinion, so petty too. And you know, all of that is factor. So hey, you know what? If I endured all of that, would I change my mind? I mean, I really don't think so. But you know, who knows? Until
Who
you
knows?
walk in someone else's
Right.
shoes,
You know how many bridezillas are? There's so many
Oh,
bridezillas out there in the world
I
that I'm
know.
sure the future mother-in-laws like want to head for the hills, but you suck it up for your son.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. So yeah, I got you. Please don't in chat. Please don't. There's no need. Please don't type in all caps. If you didn't know that, that's cool. But just please don't do that. It's taken as like being like yelling and kind of
Yeah,
appreciate you
none
not
of
doing that.
that. Yeah.
So okay. Whoops. Oh. So Muffy says, I like Muffy will, you know, state her opinion, even if it's different than like what I'm saying or like the panel saying, and I really like that. So Muffy says, if I had a son and he was marrying someone that was really, really mean to me and our family, I wouldn't go to the wedding. So, and that's, you know,
Mm,
like that's no, I don't feel that I would do that. But again, who knows? And I guess neither it's all theoretical, but
yeah.
I don't know. I
And you're
don't
both
know.
dealing with pretty strong personalities of both Cindy and Sandy.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
who knows at the wedding if it, hopefully you would have thought they could be peaceful enough for a few hours, but who knows what would
Yeah.
have happened. It wouldn't have mattered to me. I would have sat at the opposite end of the room from
Oh
if I
my
didn't,
God.
whoever I didn't want to sit with. You don't, turn my
And I
back
would
to
have
them.
thrown freaking eggs at them or something. Could you imagine the thought of knowing that oh my God, that my baby was getting
No,
married and
no,
the
no, no.
only family members there were grandma and uncle, whatever?
And then
Oh,
didn't talk to them for a year.
yeah.
A whole year went by then before they made some kind of amends.
Yeah.
That's
Mm,
heartbreaking.
it really is.
But
Oh
it
my God.
set the tone
It
for
did. It set the
many
tone.
things to come.
That's right. That's right. So,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm going to get to this chapter. I'm sorry, the third part or the extension of the super long chapter 5, which came in 3 parts of All My Broken Pieces. And again, this portion, the end of the chapter, was not in the book. It only exists in manuscript or transcript form. And you have heard many of these stories. If not this read, I'm not sure what's available out there. I know I had heard a lot of these stories. So that's what's up. So let me just bring that into the stream. And I am going to play from the video, but I'm also going to narrate a little bit when it makes sense. So. Here it is.
Wait, there is a question from Sandra. Sandra Breedlove says, "How do you get fired from a wedding?"
I know. I
Oh my
know.
god!
Oh yeah, because yeah, she says that Shanann fired Jamie and
And the
Jamie from
her
I
ring
know.
bearer. Could you imagine telling the
I
little boy too? You're
know.
not in the wedding. God knows how sad that is.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm gonna again, I normally don't comment on this, but I'm just feeling honest and I'm gonna give my honest opinion on it. I think
Huh?
that Shanann, God rest her soul, and Shanann had many lovely qualities, attributes, and characteristics, but she was a bit of a volatile personality.
Yes.
Nothing could ever change my mind about that.
Right.
I have a feeling that in firing Jamie and the ring and Jamie's son from the wedding and not, I have a feeling it was probably a rash decision that,
Oh yeah.
you know,
Yeah. It wasn't really a thought out.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, probably not the greatest. Like maybe a little like nutgatey.
Oh
you
yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
all right. Okay, so here we go. Hi Dan, welcome. How you doing? Welcome back. Oh wait, to hold it.
Watts,
We don't need to the watch obsession. the Bella video and all that. So hold it. Let me just get through a little bit of this. Oh wait, hold it. That's
Sit.
what's going on here? Okay. Well, actually, I'm going to get rid of the intro, but I am going to play the Bella loves her grandparents video because I think it's so cute and it just shows how much she loved them.
Talk to him on the phone later. They had to go home.
Whoops. Okay. What?
We'll talk to them later. You want to call them? You want to call Mimi and Papa? Okay. Do you miss them?
Papa's upstairs.
Papa's not downstairs, baby. He had to go home. Say hi, Papa. Say hi, Mimi. Say I love you. Oh, you're so sad.
Mimi.
I know, baby. We'll go visit them next month, okay? You want to go visit them?
Yeah.
Okay. You miss them? Give them kisses.
No.
Let's go downstairs, see Cece. You want to go see Cece?
Yeah.
Thank you for being respectful in
Say bye,
chat.
Mimi and Papa.
I always told myself he was like Ronnie because Ronnie had always been quiet, but he's nothing like Ronnie. I don't know. I'd spend all day and night a year later still trying to find something, anything that I missed. And I must have, but I don't have any answers. We have grief. It will always be with us. I know grief. It walks with me. I know confusion and despair, but I don't think I know my son. Everything. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, this is a little part of the letter from Sandy Rusick. I know my son. Everything seemed fine. Our daughter never spoke about anything that she did, but she did speak to us about bankruptcy a lot. Debt. So wait a minute. So I'm cutting into the reading of this transcript. So I just want to let you know that the way I received this was in like a super rough form. So I tried to smooth it out and like kind of piece it together so it was more readable. So as I'm reading this, it's a bit choppy for that reason.
Yeah.
Okay, and we will continue. With all of the medical bills. Now this goes back to Cindy Watts narrating again. Sandra and Frank were way ahead of us then. Chris never told us about the bankruptcy at all. I found out later, after. And there wasn't much in the way of medical debt in 2015 when they declared bankruptcy, but there was $70,000 in unsecured debt, stuff they had bought. Somewhere in there, Chris had sold his Mustang to get cash for the Lexus down payment lease. By then, he had his work truck. When I look at the bankruptcy filing, so much money, and for what? Clothes, trips they couldn't have afforded. Sandy and Frank had to give them money for their passports. Now, I want to clarify something really quick. So, in regards to, whoopsie, oh crap, I just closed that screen. Okay, I'll find it while I'm talking. So, in regards to to Cindy saying that Chris had to sell his Mustang for a down payment on the Lexus lease. Now, some people have questioned it, and I actually questioned it too. So this is why I checked it, but then I double checked it again after more people were questioning it, because the Lexus was paid for on a monthly basis by Thrive. But remember, if you haven't watched my MLM videos from about a month ago, go watch them.
Mhm.
You know, a person had to stay at that certain level month after month and month over month to get the car payment bonus. So if you did not, reach a certain level of sales between yourself and your team in a month, you would not get the car payment or, the money that was given to you in lieu of a car payment. So you could get a car payment valued up to $800 a month or $300 cash if you didn't want the car payment. Okay.
Yeah.
So I did look into this, and man, it was really hard to find because I do not know a lot of people who have reached. I know a lot of people that sell Thrive. I don't know a lot of people. In fact, I don't personally know a single one that has received the car bonus. So I had to really look into this, and I finally talked to somebody who's like, upline person, gets the car bonus, and she serendipitously, whatever, she secretly interviewed her about this. And when you do get the car bonus, you have to, get into the car lease just as anyone else would if you weren't getting that car bonus through Thrive. So that means there is some level of qualifying for some kind of a loan, which I don't know. And Cindy Watts says this, I don't know how Shanann or Chris did that in the financial state they were in. And there is an element of a down payment. So it is possible that, Chris did have to sell his Mustang or something to make the down payment on the Lexus. That's been a frequently asked question, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Yeah. Oops, I got to get back. Sorry, I got to open this video back up. But I got it. I got it. Don't worry, I got it. Okay. All right. Here. Oh wait, now I gotta bring it back to the stream. Buffering. Buffering. I love buffering. Okay, here it is. Because how do you fill in that buffering space? By like saying things like buffering, buffering, you know. Yeah. Oh, look at those eyes. Yikes. Okay, whoops. Go back a little bit. Okay. Grief. It will always be with us. I know grief. It walks with me. I know confusion and despair, but I don't think I know my son. Everything. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, this is a little part of a letter from Sandy Rusick. I know my son. Everything seemed fine. Our daughter never spoke about anything that she did, but she did speak to us about bankruptcy a lot. Debt with all of the medical bills. Now, this goes back to Cindy Watts narrating again. Sandra and Frank were way ahead of us then. Chris never told us about the bankruptcy at all. I found out later, after. And there wasn't much in the way of medical debt in 2015 when they declared bankruptcy, but there was $70,000 in unsecured debt, stuff they had bought. Somewhere in there, Chris had sold his Mustang to get cash for the Lexus down payment lease. By then, he had his work truck. When I look at the bankruptcy filing, so much money, and for what? Clothes, trips they couldn't have afforded. Sandy and Frank had to give them money for their passports. If they couldn't pay for that, what in the world did they go on any of those trips that were really just parties where they bought more overpriced clothing, this time Thrive stuff? It was crazy spending. Chris claims now he didn't know about their money situation. I say, really? 2 years later, they were right there again. And it's not too hard to figure out. He was making 60. Now, this is truly mind blowing. So, if you like kind of zoned out, listen to these numbers here. So, according to Cindy, Chris was making around $60,000 a year. It seems like that's probably what he was bringing home after taxes. Now, listen to their expenses: $60,000 a year. Their mortgage was $2,700. Another $150 for the homeowners, $2,000 a month for daycare, $600 a month for car payments, not counting insurance. They were already in the negative before utilities and food. So why go on pricey trips and buy clothes and toys and get your nails done on Shanann's part?
Right.
They treated money like monopoly cash. In 2 short years, they were underwater again, having learned nothing, and apparently neither had their banks. Because how anyone was so stupid to give those two credit is beyond me. Bella and Celeste back and forth to doctors. Misdiagnosed for 2 years. I told Shanann that they had asthma and she needed to go find a doctor. She found a doctor one day. She went in to a PA, which is a physician's assistant, and she diagnosed them with asthma. Finally, the girls were doing great. Other than earplugs, put in the girls, and them being very allergic to tree nuts, which would have caused them death. It's true. Both girls suffered from failure to diagnose or to get the right diagnosis that people in their lives seemed to need for them. Neither of the girls ever displayed any asthmatic symptoms when I was there. And Chris admits now that
You want yucky?
the most he saw was Cece coughing sometimes when she ate too fast. Bella did not suffer from any allergies at all. Despite this, we were told that whatever Cece was allergic to, and sometimes that was chocolate, sometimes peanuts, and later tree nuts, Bella was not allowed to have any of those things either. Young to know all of this, that Chris or Shanann told her that if Cece ate coconut, she wouldn't wake up. So just like I don't know. This always really wow. Just like let that sink in. So now we know that this is true because we know that the babysitter, McKenna Lindstrom, right,
Mhm.
told law enforcement during her interview that Bella came downstairs or she couldn't sleep, and McKenna, the babysitter, asked what's wrong, and she says, oh, well, if Cece eats, I think she said pineapples or something that wasn't right, but I think she said
Yeah,
pineapple.
or coconut or something.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Something weird. Yeah.
Then I won't get to play with her anymore, is what McKenna says. I won't be able to play with her anymore. So this was really, really instilled into little sensitive Bella's head that if Cece ate something that she wasn't supposed to eat, and I bet when it was told to her, it was done so in from whoever told her was in a had a demeanor of being very anxious and agitated, and it probably really really affected Bella. Obviously it did. Was told that her sister,
Yeah.
if her sister ate something, she wasn't going to wake up, or she wasn't going to be able to play there anymore, or she wasn't going to be around anymore. What?
Right. I don't know, Kelly, if you remember that video we just watched when they're both sitting on the couch, and at one point, Cece kind of like lays her head on Bella's lap.
Yes.
Just it bothers me when at the end Bella even says to Shanann, "Don't take her away from me."
Right. I know.
Why? Like, why did they ever
Let's
say
watch
that to her? Like, if
Yep.
she eats this, we'll have to, we'll have to take her away. Like, why would a
Yep.
child say that? Don't take her away from me?
Yep.
It's odd.
I was thinking that when I was making that video
Yeah.
like 2 days ago, and I thought something is there. Let's watch that really quick.
Definitely.
Because that wasn't normal.
No.
And when Bella says that, I mean, we've seen enough. Obviously, we do not know Bella. I get it. But we've seen enough video of Bella and the way she behaves and her typical demeanor to know that that was not typical behavior. That was not baseline behavior. That was weird.
Not at all. She was being sweet and calm, and then all of a sudden, even the look in her, like her look overall, was of worry and concern, and it just wasn't her.
It wasn't. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah.
So this is the video we're watching. If this is hard video for you to watch, I'm just going to let you know we're going to watch it. We're going to say something about it. We might watch it again. So it might be 5 to 7 minutes. I don't know. I want to give you a long enough. I don't want to underestimate that because I know some people are really affected by certain videos of the children. Okay.
I'll just put a trigger warning in chat.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. All right.
Okay.
Here. I mean, gosh, some of the and I know, and I'm sorry, I get it. For those of you that are deeply affected, I mean, I know I don't know. You're human and you have a good heart. I mean, that's the only good thing you can really say about that, I guess. So here, let's watch this. Let me take everything off. All right.
Don't kick her away.
I'm not kicking her away.
Hold it. I have a version with better resolution. This is bothering me. Sorry. But the whole thing is so bizarre, right?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
What do you guys think in chat? Can you pick up some chat comments?
Someone had said like, oh, because they were separated in their beds for bedtime and nap time. That's different. Bedtime and nap time was not negotiable with these children. They knew bedtime and nap time was bedtime and nap time in your own bed at a certain time. That's not where Bella's going with this.
No. I've never felt that way.
This is different.
Yeah. Any more? Somebody, what do you think, people? Tell us.
Let me see here. Somebody says, yeah, look at the face change. Yeah, her whole entire
I
face.
know.
Ugh.
It's strange. Hold on. I just need to find that in better resolution. Here we go. It was just bothering me. I guess I
Mhm.
feel like you just missed something.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me just, here we go. All right. Here we go. Oops. I got to go back a little bit. Sorry. Okay. This is Shining Light.
Don't take her away.
I'm not taking her away.
This is hard. This is hard to
I
watch.
know.
Be nice to Cece.
God.
She just said, don't be scared 7 times.
I know.
Here.
She's she's always holding on to her, and she's rubbing her back. She's like so motherly to Cece at times.
Yeah.
I love this part when she rubs her back, though. It just, oh God.
Rubbing her back.
Yeah. So she says, don't be scared 7 times. And she says, it's okay 4 times.
Jesus.
And, you know, I mean, just what the beginning of this and just, wait, let's go watch the very beginning of it again.
Okay.
So I don't know. And even like the pace and whatnot, which Bella's, she seems nervous. I feel like they
Yeah.
were both just traumatized.
Yeah, very nervous.
Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Hold on.
Thank you. This is with us. Cece in bed. It's Cece.
I like how she says Cece's name twice.
Don't take her away.
I'm not taking her away.
Oh.
It's okay, sweetie. Don't be scared.
Mm-hmm.
Cece.
Be nice to Cece.
She's mothering Cece. She can't be much nicer.
Yeah.
She's
I
mothering her.
know. She couldn't have. I
Jesus.
know.
Ugh.
You know, something. I mean, I'm just going to say it because I'm being honest. I drank my true serum. You know, something that bothered me was the disconnect between what Cece or Bella said, especially when they were in like, you know, language development. Well, obviously they were in language development ages, but when they're, you know, when they were really working on speaking,
Mhm.
okay,
Mhm.
and between what they would say or they would do, and then, you know, it's mostly Shanann. I was going to say both parents, but guess what? I'd be being disingenuous. I think when and people, I know some people are going to like this, but hey, when Chris responds to them, I feel like it's fitting, like he was present, he's responding to what was said or what happened.
Right.
When Shanann responds to them, I don't know, maybe she was hard of hearing and didn't know, maybe that, I don't know, but it seems oftentimes like a mismatch.
It's a yeah, I felt like it was a mismatch.
Yeah, like she wasn't present, or
Yeah,
you know.
lights are on, but like nobody's home.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, this is a point, Jenny. You could, whoops. She could be saying that because of the movie they were watching as well. And I mean, that could, you know, that is a point, but
That's the
I
movie.
don't know.
The movie that Shanann says every day, or we watch
Oh
it
yeah, they
10
watch it
times
every
a day.
day.
They loved
Yeah.
it. Because I looked into this
Yeah.
because it bothered me when she said don't take them away. I'm like, are they watching a
Yeah.
scary movie? But then when Shanann says in one, you know, of her lives, every day 10 times, like I
Mulan,
know it
right?
inside out. Yeah.
Mulan.
Yeah.
I mean, and Mel says, I must be blind to what you guys are seeing. And, you know, I've definitely seen that in comments on video, you know, but would you mind saying more about that, Mel? And again, we're all being very respectful here and just trying to see one another's perspective. But yeah, absolutely, Nancy N. I mean, this is really the bottom line. My girl, Nancy N, always comes in with a mic drop. Chris Watts was responsive until he murdered them. I mean, really. So, I mean, yes, that is the mic drop, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
yeah, I mean that's it. But yeah. Yeah. So, you know, yeah.
Go Gators said Bella was the protector.
She was.
That
Yeah.
Bella was the protector, just like Moana. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
So, all right. So, okay. Oh, wait. I asked Mel a question, so I just want to.
Oh, let me
Mel
see.
says, I'm not seeing anything really wrong per se. She's just being a big protective sister. Yeah. So, you know what? Like on its face, Mel, absolutely. Or that statement I think is totally
Oh,
correct.
yeah.
And guess what? I mean, you might be 100% correct altogether. Is it possible that, you know, sometimes we're overanalyzing? Yes, it is possible. Is it possible that we're overanalyzing all the time? Sure, it's possible. It's possible, you know, that hell is going to freeze over in 5 seconds, but not likely, in my opinion.
Right.
Like, I think that you might be right. Like, sometimes we might be overanalyzing, or I might be overanalyzing, I'll say. But going further, there was something to that. I think that
I agree.
let's listen to Cindy Watts.
Okay.
So, all right. And she might not necessarily be saying like what I'm saying. I'm not saying she's going to back me up or I'm backing her up. That's not what I'm saying.
And
But,
she might not have said anything that day, but Bella was smart. It could have just been in the back of her head, like, you know, if you know something happens, they could take Cece away so easily. So I just think that was something that was always on her mind.
Well, I mean, it is known that, you know, the parents, Cindy says the parents did tell Bella if Cece ate certain things, she was going to die. I mean, the babysitter said it. More than one person said it. And my God, I mean, seriously, not age appropriate.
I know, to say die. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Had done that.
Yeah.
She was a very quiet, gentle, frightened little girl.
Yeah.
After the age of 2, she never looked healthy.
No.
And her hair wouldn't grow, and she was self-conscious about it. Talking about Bella, of course, now I know she had the added worry of her sister dying and on her little shoulders.
Oh, that's
And
so sad.
Mama Bear, Shanann called her. She
Oh.
wasn't a mama bear. She was
Wow.
a baby.
Yeah,
She was right to worry, I guess,
big
because the
sister, not
didn't
Mama
talk,
Bear.
didn't she? Chris killed her, killed them both. I
Yep.
don't think that they had any allergies at all. I don't think they should have been dosed up with Tylenol every single night of their lives. And here's another thing that haunts me.
Hmm.
The last day of their lives, they went to a birthday party and there was cake and ice cream. And those babies had to stand and look at it, and none for them,
I
not even on
know.
the last day of their lives.
Like, but why
Celeste
not? If
was
he
born.
really knew he was going to do that, give them the damn cake.
I know. I think that too. I know. And then, oh my God, a couple things. Just the topic, but not when Nicole Kessinger's being interviewed. She's like, yeah, talking about Chris interacting with the children at that birthday party the day before they were murdered. She's like, yeah, it really bothered Chris that the other parents were just standing around and really not like playing with them. I'm like, are you freaking kidding? Did you just say that?
Oh,
Because he's the
wow.
only parent that went home and murdered the family.
I forget
I
that
mean?
part. He told her that?
Yeah.
I forget that part.
And then when he's being interviewed,
Uh-huh.
he says something, it's not quite as obvious, but it's equally as effing idiotic. It's like, dude, are you kidding me? But you went home. And the next day, and 12 hours later, they're dead. Are you
Right.
freaking kidding
Yeah.
me?
But at the time,
forget
it's
that?
like, yeah, let me make sure I let them know I'm Father of the Year.
Right.
Wow.
Now, let's see. Billy Joe Evans said she was talked to about her OCD. So I imagine you're talking about Shanann. Structure of the family. She was my friend. Everyone has a valid opinion, but there's more to the story. So I'm sure that there is. And
Sure.
so you knew Shanann. You were friends with Shanann. I mean, obviously in life. And if that's
Wow.
so, would you be willing to
Wow.
say more about that?
That's good.
And if that was the case, I am very sorry for your loss and thank you for contributing.
Yeah, thank you, Billy Joe. Wow, I didn't even notice. I didn't read that in chat that she had been her friend.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh, let's
Oh
see.
God.
Oh, that's very sweet. It's Billy Joe. You can read Savannah's comment there. It's very nice. You're
Okay.
very empathetic, compassionate person, Savannah. Let's see.
Oh, that
Okay, so then Tabitha answers, and I believe Tabitha is asking this respectfully.
Okay.
Billy Joe Evans, when will the truth ever come out? As you know, there is more to the story, but who will tell the real story? So.
Well, Billy Joe
Aw.
was Shanann's friend, correct? Not Chris's?
Yeah, you're saying Shanann, correct, Billy Joe?
Because she really probably wouldn't know the truth of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, I mean, Pamela asked this question. Is there proof that Chris Watts killed his children? Until I see that, I have to leave that window open. His first confession did not state that. No, it didn't. And, well, Pamela, this is one of the key questions surrounding this case and this tragedy. So how'd you phrase it? Is there proof? Well, there's what he said. Obviously, there's the fact that we do know that they were tragically murdered. And that's that. Now, with a homicide, particularly of, homicide of certain sensitivities, of a certain severity, not that all homicide, a loss of a life is, you can't, all lives are precious, of course. But this was a triple homicide of a pregnant woman and two very small children, very vulnerable population of family members who were, all but defenseless against a stronger man that they more so, the more powerful weapon would be trust that they trusted. So typically, in such a case, even when there is a plea, and this is not my opinion, this is, the information that I have been told that I can state with confidence from the people that I've spoken with in regards to this case who know a lot more than I do. That would be people in law enforcement and attorneys.
Right.
Typically in any homicide, well, not any, because if you're talking about like minority populations and whatnot, unfortunately, there is a real big problem of inequity and injustice in our country. But generally, in homicide cases, let's say of a white pregnant woman or 2 young children, there is going to be an investigation that is going to require that more connections are made between a person's words and the simplest bar that one usually needs to clear in order to prosecute a homicide case, which is a body. So everyone that I've spoken to who knows more than I do about the legal and justice system feels there is a huge void, a lot lacking as far as how detailed, in depth, and long this investigation went.
Correct.
Let me just see if let's see, I asked a couple of questions to people, so I just want to get
Let the questions
trips.
roll
Trips weren't mandatory for Thrive. Someone asked if airfare was covered. Here, I did look into that. This is what I can tell you. The MLMs that I worked for when trips were awarded, it was like the hotel stay and usually like an inclusive hotel stay that the company covered. So like your meals and things like that and your most very basic activities, and airfare was not. So I talked to, the people I know in Thrive. I talked to 3 different people who work for Lavelle actually that went on at least one trip. One of them has gone on several. I think the other 2 went on one each. And the airfare is not included except for my friend I'm not friend, but the person that I know that went on several Thrive trips. She had one where the airfare even was paid for, but that was like a super special, it's not the standard.
My God. Amount of money. Oh.
And and Billy Joel, if you wanted to come up and say anything, you are welcome to. Let's see.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, it was Moana. Okay, gotcha. Sorry. How far back am I? I'm only 6 minutes back.
I like
Let me get a little
Moana.
caught up.
I love Moana.
Yeah.
That was one of their favorites. Oh gosh.
Yeah. Yeah. Sherry says, I think he wanted a life with NK and was doing anything, to have it. Yeah, I think that's true too. But I mean, where's Kurt Stacy when you need him, right? Leatherface. I know he's here somewhere. Hi, Kurt.
Oh, he's Leatherface going to bed. Leatherface said good night, everyone. Oh, good night, Leatherface.
Good night, Leatherface.
Thanks for a great chat.
Yeah. So how do we send a private message to me? I don't know who you're trying to send a private message. If it's to,
I think it's to you, Kelly. Maybe email you.
Yeah. Why don't you I'm going to give you my email. I'll check. I can check it too. I can check it in real time here. My phone is charged. So if you need to send me a message, WattsObsession@gmail.com. And so it's Watts Obsession. There's no the in it, just as it appears right there in chat. Okay. Oh my God, of course, she did not deserve to die, or did the kids? Absolutely not.
You say that a million times every single time. She did not deserve it. The children didn't. It just should be known.
Yeah, totally.
That's not the kind of channel we are.
Right, totally. So Billy Joe asks, you want to read Cindy Watt's book, but I don't know where can it be found. If you want to email me at that same email address I just put in chat, Billy Joe, I will send you a copy. I think otherwise you can purchase a copy on Amazon. But I would be happy to send you a copy if you wanted.
Yeah. Does anyone have, what's the other one? Blood and Marriage?
Yeah.
Does anyone, I'm dying to read it. I'd love to borrow it if anyone has it.
Yeah. I do not. I will get it or get my hands on it for sure.
Yeah,
so I'll get it for you.
Okay.
Yeah. So okay, let me continue to play Cindy Watt speaking here. Okay. Yeah, Tabitha, what you said about Jane about the MLMs. Yes. Okay. All right.
With her esophagus too small, and they went in 3 times to. Here, let me go back just like 20 seconds so we get the beginning of that sentence. Celeste was born with her esophagus too small, and they went in 3 times to enlarge it. Steroids like crazy to help her breathe for 1.5 or longer years. And until they were diagnosed with asthma, and then Shanann with her neck surgery, which was out of pocket. It was $25,000 they owed. So that's where so much of the debt was. Sandy must be referring to the second go around of debt here, because Shanann's neck surgery was after that bankruptcy. It was elective and so costly, as were most of the tests on the girls. If Cece was born with anything wrong with her, it sure never showed. She was the healthiest, most active, and happiest little girl. I hate that she went through all of those procedures and all of those drugs from birth. Both girls were left to cry it out. Shanann said it was something like baby wise. I thought it was horrible. 2-hour naps, unless they were at daycare. Drugs at 6 p.m. every single night, sick or not.
No.
Bed at 6:30 or 7 at the latest. Those loud rain machines. I was told to never go in when they cried. No rocking ever. I'd watch Bella crawl out of her bed in the dark and crawl to her bookshelf. Then sit in the corner in the dark, holding a book she couldn't read in the dark. If the children had really had asthma, wouldn't having let them cry like that set off the asthma or Cece's choking? I noticed that when we would FaceTime every night for 4 years straight. Looking back, when we would FaceTime Chris, he'd be putting the phone all over the ceiling, the floors, etc. I said, Christopher, what are you doing? And then he would FaceTime normally. Before Shanann came to North Carolina, Celeste had a rash on her private area, and she went to go get a face cloth and some cream. Chris had the phone. I said, Chris, let me see how bad it is, being that I am an aide. And I still couldn't see it. So I said, wait a minute, let me move my screen, because I couldn't see. So he put it right on her private parts. Oh, I was mad. All I can say to this is that they were very strange.
Yeah. They had to be so vitamin D deficient.
Oh, yeah.
That it's not even funny. I mean, barely saw the sunlight.
Yeah, they didn't seem to go outside a lot. So Nancy N said this just a little while ago as well. And then the metaphysical Rev says, I agree, Mel. As a mother of 2, my youngest was diagnosed at 1 with all nuts allergy. She has to carry 2 EpiPens always. It's not a biggie, to tell the truth, when it comes to death. And Nancy said something similar. And you know what? Touche. And that is so true. I mean, if it truly is an allergy that is a matter of life and death, I mean, yeah, like absolutely. Like I'm not like deadly alert. Well, I mean, I'm very allergic to bees, wasps, hornets, anything like that. Like, so like when I'm teaching, we go outside, or there was like a wasp in my room the other day. I always tell people I have an EpiPen in the console of my car, even though you're not supposed to let them get that warm, but I have to. And it's always in the upper left hand drawer of my desk. That's always what I do. I tell people I work with. My doctors told me to do that because it's a very, very, very severe anaphylactic allergy. My throat starts to close right away. That's why I always have an EpiPen. So I tell people around me. But did I tell my son when he was of, a sensitive age, that mommy's allergic to bees, and if I get a bee sting, I could die.
Oh my God.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't for him to worry about, quite frankly. I think it's poor judgment. I think it's damaging to the child. I think it's a little
Yes.
irresponsible. I mean, yeah, I do. That's what I feel about that. What do you think, Rose?
Oh, I agree. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let me continue.
They
Truth
were a
serum.
strange family. Chris, Shanann, and her parents, or I should say, at least they were strange to me. From the beginning, I had never seen anyone who would never put that phone down. And I do mean never put that phone down the way Shanann did. Meals, conversations, you name it. The phone was on, and it cost us an unpleasant incident the weekend of the engagement. The phone sent Ronnie and I pictures of our son's penis.
So, Prior Bishop says, so easy to criticize another mother, especially one that's dead. It's really, it's easy to have thoughts that judge another person. Yes, because especially if you are in the same, position as them, like I'm a mother, Shanann was a mother, Rose is a mother, because that's what we do. That's human nature. Is it easy to criticize another mother, especially when one's dead? I guess so, if you just wanted to carelessly throw out criticisms, but just like, let me tell you this. Shanann's life was taken at a very young age. She was only 34 years old. She didn't even get to know. Fortunately, she knows well in heaven her son who was unborn to this earth and is with her children. But in this realm, she didn't even get to know her son. Her entire life ahead of her, her daughter's entire lives ahead of them were stolen away. What did Shanann repeatedly tell us towards the end of her life? And you know what? I believe her. And I'm saying this with 100% sincerity. She wanted to help people. She was all about, sometimes at the expense of her family. And that's the truth. And that's a point I will make because it's true and it's damaging to the children. But she was passionate and committed to putting out a message that would not only hopefully help her family ultimately in the form of them being able to spend time together and having money to support what they wanted to do. And do I believe that she sincerely wanted that and that was her, central goal in her heart of hearts? I absolutely believe that.
I agree.
And she wanted to help people. And I absolutely believe that that was a desire, an inspiration, a motivation that was like boiling up and burning inside of her. And I think it was manifesting into something real. So when Shanann and her whole everything she loves are tragically taken off this earth, murdered at such a young age when they had so much to miss in this earthly realm. Do you think that with her mission and desire and true inspiration to help people, she would have wanted us to just be like, poof, there she goes. Let's forget all about the real person and erase her history so she can shine on.
Right.
I really and truly, in my heart of hearts, don't believe so. I believe that she would want her story, her experience, her tragedy, her unimaginable loss to benefit others. The same people she was trying to help when she was here on earth. And I think nothing would be more fulfilling to Shanann Watts as we knew her in this human form in the history that we have evidence of her than for her to know she was helping people. So seriously, with all this crap, cut it out. I'm like honestly tired of it.
Yeah, enough.
So, hi Sarah Lottie, how are you?
Enos. The phone was on not just when she was making her videos.
Part was funny, actually, we missed it. Hold it. It's the only funny part here.
Her parents did indeed. The weekend of the engagement.
Okay, hold, I gotta go back a few seconds. Only funny part in the whole thing.
the way Shanann did. Meals, conversations, you name it. The phone was on, and it cost us an unpleasant incident the weekend of the engagement. The phone sent Ronnie and I pictures of our son's penis. The phone was on not just when she was making her videos.
Sent Ronnie and I pictures of our son's penis. She doesn't even say Shanann. She says the phone sent it. I find that to be pretty funny.
The phone said, "Hurry up, get Cindy on the phone."
I think she's trying to inject humor, and I thought it was kind of
funny though.
Her parents did indeed FaceTime with them constantly. Although Chris did what Shanann said always, he did never warm up to the videos and the constant FaceTiming and phone pics. Good night, Billy Joe Evans, by the way. Good night. Take care. Thank you for stopping by, and email me. I'll send you a copy of that book. Pictures of every single minute. We didn't FaceTime every night. It would have been painful for one thing, because neither Ronnie or Chris talk much, and seeing how the kids ate dinner isn't necessary. Okay, I get it. I get why they did it, but why did they take their phone into the bathroom? It seems odd to me. But then why did they take pictures every single time the girls were at the hospital? It was just all so weird.
Yeah.
So this was an attractive story that became an unattractive story. It neither surprises me or makes me wish we had FaceTime more. Shanann wanted to come for 6 weeks that summer, so she could introduce the girls to Chris's sister, who never met Celeste, and her uncle Frankie, who had never met Celeste. Before they started back to school, dance classes, etc., it was the best time. I don't know why Shanann came to North Carolina. For so long, they were facing losing their house and basically homeless, unless they moved back to North Carolina and with one set of parents. And maybe it was to see how it would go. And I'll give you a hint, not well. Shanann looked at 2 very expensive houses for sale while she was here. Maybe she or they, though I don't know, thought it was a good idea. But I don't think it was they, because Chris was already in love with another woman. But possibly she thought they could start over in North Carolina like they did in Colorado. If so, I don't think it would have been easy. They weren't just broke, they were drowning in debt with little chance of getting out. They couldn't declare bankruptcy again. They were only 2 years out of the first one. So really, it would have meant living with one family or the other. And if those weeks were any indicator, God help Shanann. She must have been growing desperate. Meantime, I have to wonder what Chris's solution was.
Wow.
So this appears to be the end. Okay, so interesting there is, and I found actually throughout this whole portion of this extended, chapter 5, the very end of it, this part that didn't make it into the book, All My Broken Pieces. I don't think it is this way in all of that book or all that Cindy says, certainly. But in this part, I think Cindy Watts, she asked questions of Shanann, why were things done like this? But then she asked those same questions of her son. It's as though when she, recorded, her narration, her story, her recollection of during this time, she was like going through some kind of process where it seems to me like she was maybe coming to terms with the fact that, oh my gosh, like what he did, and not only what he did as far as this huge tragedy, the big what he did, but what was he doing throughout a lot of his adult life, yeah.
What the hell was he doing? Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, so I do find that to be, I don't know, to be pretty interesting.
let's see here. Let's just listen. I can't remember.
Okay, and
You know,
then
obviously. Oh no, I actually don't want to listen to the rest of it because I made
just
some notes on
remind
it,
me
so.
to talk
Go
about
ahead.
what the failure to
please.
thrive we were talking about.
Oh yeah, go right ahead. Start. You go ahead right now.
Because I mean, when you look at her, I'm not trying to be mean. That's what I see.
The
Just as a nurse,
extended-
that's what I see.
And Rose is a nurse. How long have you been a nurse for?
23 years now. It'll
Yeah,
be
Rose is-
24 in September. Oh God.
Yeah, she's been a nurse for 23, 24. Yeah, that's a long time. So you come from that medical perspective and not, not having as much knowledge about that topic as Rose does, being a nurse, a medical professional, but, being a special educator in a community that is economically and demographically depressed, for especially our youngest students. When I worked in the primary school that had universal pre-K to second grade, you would see some of those younger students, who were, is completely malnourished. And especially when they were younger, and as they started to get older, they were very pale. They were very fragile. They were very skinny. They were very kind of spacey, like mentally. And yeah, I don't know. A lot of, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I only did at the very beginning 2 years like wellness visits, going out and checking on like at-risk moms that had new babies up to 3 years old. So you see a lot of sad stuff, and I knew that wasn't for me because I wanted to take all those babies home.
I know, yeah,
But a lot of them were failure to thrive, and they have that look.
Yes,
they have that extremely thin hair, like unbelievable. I was in shock. I thought it was a boy and she was a little girl, and I felt horrible. I thought I was dealing with the boy at first. The mother was calling her Stevie, and I'm like, oh, look how cute he is. The kid's name was Stephanie, but like it's hard. But
yeah,
and I keep all my notes because that this case bugged me. But when they're your doctor, the one thing when they're trying to find out with the failure to thrive, when they're infants, newborns, it's a little bit easier. They don't take on to suckling. They don't learn how to self-soothe. They have, hydrocephalus. They have those large heads, or they can have them, the micro heads. It's much easier. But as you get into children that are toddlers and school age, you have to really look for the signs, and your doctor will do everything possible to try to find out. Now, parents get very, very upset with this because they think it's their fault. The child's going to be taken away from us. Whatever reason, they're very defensive. But one of the first questions the doctor wants to know, in a roundabout way, they ask about the home life to try to pinpoint.
That's right.
It's this child being loved, literally
nourished
one
in
of
all
those
ways.
questions, and you as the nurse, me as the nurse, have to ask it. Is there a lack of emotional support and love from the primary or secondary caregiver or parent?
Right.
Is there rejection or hostility from the primary or secondary parent? Okay, those are the top two. Inadequate food, or food with no nutritional value. Okay, let's think about the bag of marshmallows, right? Those little things. Poor eating habits. She did have weird eating habits.
Both.
And God, she was a child. She was learning from them, and they just wasn't guiding her. She wasn't being guided the right way.
Right.
And the sad part is the long-term effects, and this is what's great. So GI weffects. Now, did she not have GI problems? Who had one of them had GERD, reflux disorder, right?
Right. Yeah.
Here's another one.
Well, Lucy did, but then Bella constantly had stomach flu.
And we're gonna esophageal constrictures. Okay,
Oh boy.
the
Wow.
old
I
boy
didn't know
is
that.
right.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Long-term chronic infections
Wow.
anywhere, could be anywhere in the body, from your
Oh,
nose to your like it could be anywhere.
wow.
Metabolic disorders, stomach disorders. There,
Wow.
I mean, problems gaining weight,
Yeah.
emotional deprivation, afraid to be away from their parent.
Mm-hmm.
That one that's major.
Yeah.
Major. Picky eating is another one.
Wow.
But the lack of attention from caregivers, and there are genetic factors, of course, that play into it. But the picky eating, the malnutrition, or the nutrition of unsubstantiated foods is big when it comes to pinpointing, like, yes, this child is meeting just about everything that should be checked off. She's checking off,
Right.
you know. And that's, I don't know if that was ever talked about, you know, with Shanann,
Um,
you know.
Yeah. You
If
mean
they,
like with medical professionals
yeah,
or with
because she
others?
probably would have.
Yeah.
I mean, what did Cindy tell her one day when, you know, the doctor, something was wrong that the doctor said? And so what does Sandy tell Shanann? Fire that doctor. Well, first of all, that doctor's not
Right.
really working for you, so she can't fire him. Like,
Exactly.
I thought
Exactly.
that
You're
was
not in
great.
control. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think because they weren't getting what they wanted to hear,
Shows the attitude, though.
it was the attitude. And when they
Yeah,
didn't get it,
shows
they
their attitude. The doctor works for us. Everyone works for us.
fired
Even
him.
if we don't have any money and they're really providing us a service that we could otherwise
Yeah.
not obtain.
And instead just keep doctor shopping, which is a nightmare.
Yeah.
You know, that's a nightmare. But
And I mean, doctor shopping is a warning sign in and of itself, of course, you know. And I
Mhm.
mean, and Cindy pretty much, you know, she says, oh, and finally she went to this doctor and she got the right diagnosis, you know. Yeah.
too much juice intake. I think they drink a lot of water though, right? I don't know. Or I don't know that the Thrive
Cece
stuff.
always had the milk, always had her milk. I think
Okay.
Cece had like way too much milk. I'll show you a couple things in a second. But
Okay.
I mean, just look at this picture of Bella.
Oh
And I don't want to get off
God.
topic of what you're saying at
How
all.
old is
but,
she in that picture?
I can tell you exactly the date it was taken in a sec. I have to go back and look. And it tells her weight and stuff. So perhaps as a nurse, you can tell us, you know, about that, Rose. But all right, since I'm being honest, a few things here. First of all, Bella is not comfortable with her picture being taken while she is naked.
No.
And, you know, probably by virtue of being in a doctor's office, having been told something is wrong with her, feeling anxiety. And then not only are you feeling that, rather than feeling protected and embraced by your parents, they're taking a picture of your naked, vulnerable body.
Oh God, I can't even.
I just have
No.
a problem with that. I mean, and you know, that's not what this is about. And but I'm sorry, guys. It's a problem. It is. You know.
It is. You know, but it's also we can all learn from this.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
We can all learn from it.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
Yeah, I'd like to. I would wonder what her weight is.
Yeah, yeah. Oh wait, here I can tell you. Here, could you pick up a couple comments and I'll go check that out.
Sure.
It'll just take me like 2 minutes, maybe.
Yep. Let me grab my phone.
Leave us some comments, guys. What do you think?
Let's see what we got.
Oh, I know the kind of comments I'm going to get on this video, and I welcome them all.
Well, I'm not. You know, we're loosely talking in our own chat here, and we're not trying to hurt anybody. We're just trying to just facts and things, red flags, and we're all moms and we want to do the best for our kids. So, if this can help any of us, I'm all for it.
I totally agree with that. And I think, guys, to me, like I don't know, if we had to, like, if I had to boil this all down and say what justifies talking about all of this or any of this, I believe anything that we are discussing is bringing to light a factor or, something observable that can be an indicator of a person or a family in a state of critical crisis.
Right.
And, that we have to recognize that in ourselves. We have to recognize that in others. And as was said earlier, if you see something, say something.
Yep. Right.
You
right.
know?
Yeah. All right. Let's see here.
What do you think, Nilda? Darling. Nilda, darling. I don't know if I even said hello to you, but I'm curious what you think.
What name did you?
Nilda.
Nelda? Oh, okay. Let me see if I
And anyone else who comments, but it's just
Jennifer Bradford. Good question, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Do you think if this case had happened in a different socioeconomic situation, we would be talking about it? Well, part of my notes is talking about the relevancy of it in higher social classes is greatly decreased. Also greatly decreased. Also greatly increased in new parents and parents,
younger parents,
new parents and parents that don't want to listen to what the doctor's telling them.
And young parents. I know that to be a demographic. Yeah.
Young and non-compliant parents.
Yeah.
Meaning fire them. No, fire the doctor.
Meaning narcissistic parents. Or just parents that are know-it-alls. We don't even need to say narcissistic or whatever.
And I'm sure Chris just stood there saying nothing.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh my gosh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's like sometimes I feel that I'll just say myself as example, but I think a lot of people will, talk about Shanann in these examples, like Shanann did this, Shanann did this. The reason I think we talk about her more and Chris less is not that he's any more innocent, but that he was so much more passive. Shanann was so much more active. There's more to discuss in what Shanann did than what Chris did, because Chris just sat around like a lump on a log. And he did work.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But, yeah. So, nobody is,
and
no
Shane.
Chris Watts fanboys or girls here. Well,
No,
I'm not.
no,
I know you're not.
Yeah, fire the Elizabeth Bridges, fire the doctor, fire the maid of honor, fire the ring bearer. Yeah,
right.
fire the people she lived with for a year. Oh God.
Right. Fire the mother, fire the grandparents, fire my children's grandparents. That's what happened after Nutgate. They will never see you again.
Rosie, question for Curious Rose. Do you think Shanann had Munchausen's? I'm very careful with answering that. I could say in my professional opinion, she had a lot of qualities associated with it. But, in my realm as an RN, I don't diagnose. I can give an opinion, but here on this platform, I don't, just because of the backlash.
Right. Yeah.
She
presents a lot of symptoms that are indicators of Munchausen's that would require further analysis and evaluation.
Yeah. And I don't think you have to be anything medical to even see it.
Yeah.
If it wasn't the pediatrician, wouldn't the pediatrician be required to report any malnourishment? It doesn't necessarily also have to be malnourishment that's failure to thrive. There are other things. They can just be picky. There's a whole thing. They're picky eaters, paranoid that they're not doing what their mother or father wants them to do, and they feel unloved. Their brain is not growing because they're stuck in being a child and trying to do everything possible to be a good little girl for these people. So it's more than just the weight issue.
Well, and also, if I may add, from a psychology perspective, what I, know about failure to thrive is, some of you think of like nourishment in this way, others just, entertain this for a moment. Nourishment is not only nourishment as far as getting all the vitamins and minerals and food nutrients that you need. It's nourishing your soul. It's nourishing your heart. It's nourishing as a young child your sense of feeling safe and secure, that someone's taking care of you, that you're able to be a little child and go explore and laugh and have fun and test your boundaries, because that's what children that age do. That's their job. And you're still going to be safe, because that's parents' job for children that age, is to allow your children to do that and spread their wings and and stretch their boundaries and be there so they feel safe. That's all part of the nourishment thing, and it does go hand in hand with the nutritional part of it. Failure to thrive here. And there's something else I was gonna say.
Some of them, they doctors are able to say something's wrong because they're home, they're 2-3 months, they still can't even pick their own head up. Another one, I'm sorry, prone to fractures of, now listen, the wrists and the ankles.
Oh my God.
Okay. Bella couldn't jump. We don't know why, right? Why? We don't know.
Yeah. But and Chris did receive that picture of, it was while Shanann was in North Carolina, and he's like, oh my God, it looks like the ankle is broken. And she was saying, oh yeah, they're going to need prescription corrective shoes, I think.
They needed a doctor's visit just to make sure it wasn't.
And he's just probably like, oh my God, there's another several $1,000s, Oh boy.
Sarah Lottie, so all you medical professionals should be legally required. Any medical professional
mandated to
that sees that, we are mandated reporters.
Reporters, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyone that works, I mean, even though, you don't have the medical background, any teacher, any teacher's aide,
my God. A bus driver,
person who works in the lunchroom, mandated reporter.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, hey, Rose, can I play this for you? So this just happens to be and thank you so much. That was so much information you contributed. I really appreciate it. That was
my
amazing. I learned a lot there.
Good.
So,
so what's this now?
So now this is just the very beginning of the 2016 Facebook post video that I made a while back. And now that picture of Bella you were just asking about was on March 30th, 2016. So I'm just going to play you the Facebook post from January 1st to March 30th of 2016 up to that picture. Okay.
Okay.
Take a breath.
Have a cup of beer.
Look at finally eating something. Poor kid has the stomach. Oh, this isn't the thing. But yeah, I never saw them eating fruits or vegetables. One time I got all excited because I thought that Bella was holding a bowl of fruit. And I was like, yay. And I looked closer and it was a giant bowl of gummy bears.
Oh.
Jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year. I don't know berries. No, I have a cup of beer.
Ho, ho, the
mistletoe. I can't see somebody that's for you.
Kiss her.
Once for me. Have a jolly Christmas.
This kid doesn't miss a thing. She's pretending to put Aquaphor on baby thermometer and putting it in her baby's butt.
Oh, God.
Love her so much.
That triggers me. Oh God.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. But geez.
I know. So she was 2 years old here. 2 years. She was 25 months old.
She was 2 years old.
25 months old. Yep.
Oh God.
No.
Oh my God, tons of laughing faces. She said, temperature, mommy. More smiling faces. What I walked in on. Hashtag when taking temperature becomes a routine.
Oof.
Because she was convinced that Bella had familial Mediterranean fever.
I know.
Which
She was
somebody in chat,
so,
has.
so happy when I think it was like a physician's assistant that diagnosed it.
Yeah.
It wasn't a doctor. It was either a PA or a nurse practitioner.
A friend of mine in chat here actually does have that. I don't know if you would like to speak to that at all, but if not, yeah.
Downtown Wonder, who's being rude to me?
What's that?
It says because the chat's, I guess, going off on somebody because they're being rude to me. Oh well, whoever it is. Like I said, this is my professional opinion, but in no way am I a doctor. I am not diagnosing. I'm giving you facts.
You've made that clear.
So
They shouldn't be
sorry,
being rude
whoever
to you.
you are.
You're extremely qualified to say
Wow.
what you said, and I think you've been extremely professional and cautious.
And with respect, with due respect too.
Yeah. So if anyone's being nasty to Rose, they can just be
just
timed
get
out
rid
or
of
removed.
them.
Yeah, for sure. Bye bye. Okay. So again, Bella said she was hot. Temp she had. Smart kid. So here's this. So this is March 30th. 2016. So Bella is 25 months old, I guess. So 2.5 years. I'm sorry. So she's 29 pounds, 5 ounces, and 38 inches tall.
Look at her. Oh, yeah. I don't think she's too happy with that picture.
No. I mean, I would never.
No, I don't think. So she was 2?
Yeah.
And how much did she weigh?
29 pounds, 5 ounces, 38 inches tall.
Her weight is she's on point. I have to say she's on point with weight. I mean, they average usually like around 27 pounds.
Yeah.
So she's on point with weight, but it could be empty calories.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. So here, I'm looking at a chart here. I believe what you're saying, but I'm just I like looking at data. Let's see. So these charts are always so hard to read for me. So 29 and hold it. Their height and sorry.
That's okay.
Height. Where's the weight? Oh, okay. So for her height, she's at a good percentile. And again, I know it's going to be just what you said, but I said, I got a 29.5. Can't even read that. Okay, I'm going to be over it because I can't even read this because this is a really complex height weight chart for me, apparently. Although it's really not.
They're usually, I think, I don't know, height's a little bit different. They're usually, between I'd say about 27 to 32. In
at that age.
Yeah.
Yikes. Oh wait. So this is so interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have to. On this, I wasn't even looking for failure to thread, but here I'm going to bookmark this and I'm going to come back another time. Okay. Anyhow. All right. So let me just check chat out here for a minute. Why is Shanann smiling and photo reporting stomach? Bella has stomach flu. I don't know. This is a little personal, but I'm just feeling honest this evening. Someone would like to join chat if you are inviting. Okay, who is that? Is it Nilda? Or wait, let's see. Join. Let me see who it is. Yeah, it's Nilda. Nilda will tell you herself. Let's bring Nilda up.
Nilda's a sweetie.
Yeah. So come on up, Nilda. There's a link. Thanks for coming up. Yeah, I invited her up.
Yeah, I like her.
Inadvertently. You'll get it in a sec. Yeah, Karen G. I mean, this is yes, there's plenty of information to analyze in this case due to firsthand knowledge, friends and family statements, and Shanann's social media. This is all we're doing since there's no trial. Very well said, Karen G. Thank you. Let's see. So Double R and Downtown Wonder and all you peeps, everyone all good. Oh yeah, so Nilda said, I think in chat, hold it. Hold it. Yeah, so Nilda's a person with the familial Mediterranean fever. She just already said so in chat.
Yeah, she was on. Wasn't she up one night?
Was.
Yeah,
she was,
yeah,
but I
yeah.
wanted to leave it up to her if she's.
Oh, she doesn't want to come up.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on, Nilda. Everybody enjoyed you last time.
Well, okay, so this is a fair statement. So, let's see. Ang says, I dislike the assumptions people are making regarding her parenting, as a few videos cannot show someone's whole life. Obviously, she cannot counter your comments. So, I agree with everything you said there, and that is a very important point. That is, the balancing perspective, to what it is we're saying. And, I do agree completely 100% with what Ink said. And I think that's extremely important. As far as, what we've just been talking about, like a lot of people get passionate about topics in this case. I get passionate about this because I care very much about children and these children. And, I feel that the greatest injustice and biggest heartbreak in this whole tragedy is that nobody, is that it so happened that nobody was able to protect the children. And there were a lot of people that I believe should have and could have protected the children, including the parents. And I'm not saying it's Shanann's fault that they were murdered. But I'm just saying, like, as a whole, but I mean, my God, Chris Watts' fault, is the biggest to blame. Obviously, overall, yes. That's always lingering, over and on top of and before anything else that's said. So did you get the link, Nilda? Oh, that's right. Nilda has sometimes a hard time with the link. Nilda, honey, did you get the link? Let's see. I'm gonna put in there again. I can email it to you or something if need be.
I'm just looking at chat, Kelsey, if there's any questions they asked you. Hang on. While we're waiting.
Oh, here's Nilda, I think.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah. I agree with you, Green Eyes, what you just said. So, whoops. Oh, wait, hold it. We got to do that. Let's see. Just a little lag. Hi, Nilda. How are you doing, darling? Welcome. Hey, Nilda. Are you there? Oh, I can't hear you, honey. Let's see.
Are you muted?
Let's see.
Oh, no.
Let me try to do this. Hello? Still. Oh, wait, there.
Now she's muted.
Wait a minute. Hold it. Just 1 second. Give me a sec here. Don't click anything. Oh, it says I cannot unmute my guest because you've chosen to mute yourself, sweetie. So you've got to unmute yourself, please. Unmute. It says your mic is not connected. It says cannot unmute your guest. Their mic is not connected.
Up that.
Oh.
Now?
Yep, all good.
Oh, good. Oh.
Welcome, darling. How are you?
How are you, Kelly?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. When I'm in the background, I know everybody's, texting. And so when you said hello, I was trying to at least so you saw I wasn't being rude. I was trying to say hello to you and to everybody.
Hi, Nelda.
Yeah, awesome. So nice to
Hi,
have you here.
guys.
Hi, nice
Aw, so
nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. I love hearing you guys talk. It's
Oh,
great.
that's
It's
great.
And some of the other night got a little bit late, and I was watching the end of what we did the other evening. I saw the rest of it today, and when Kelly was doing a couple of things, and I was cracking up about the Santa thing, and I was trying to, I wanted to comment. I was about 13 too when I figured out about Santa. I just wanted to throw that in. I was
Yeah.
over here cracking up.
Yeah.
But you know what? I feel like if it's okay, if I just wanted to add something, because I heard Kelly ask, what my viewpoints were.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. I feel like sometimes when we are polite, as I love this group, I just want to preface that by saying everybody here is fantastic.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
I
love how
agree.
we're open to
Thank you,
AD
chat and
and
moderators.
yeah, we have like a different purpose, we discuss more in detail. And I think that we show respect for the other credible groups as they show for us. And if they don't need to listen to us, right? And I
Right on.
feel
Yeah.
like sometimes when we're being polite, oftentimes people mistake politeness for weakness. And that I have a problem with. And I think we all can agree to that. And
Yeah.
we are so used to trying to please everybody. You can't always do that, so people get defensive. And I understand, some people say, oh my gosh, they're deceased. Well, yeah, but we don't turn into saints just because we pass away. And I don't think
That's
anybody
right.
here is out with the purpose to chastise. God bless her soul. But I really agree with something you said, Kelly, and I was typing something similar. I agree 100%. Shanann was all about, may she rest in peace, teaching, right? And learning and teaching. And I agree
Mm-hmm.
1,000% that she would want us to discuss what she herself as a mom could have done better,
That's
differently.
right.
But I feel like we all are, and I'm guilty of it as well, feel a little tongue tied to just say, hey, there were things that I didn't disagree with. That doesn't, we're not being mean. The whole purpose of this, we are obsessed, is because we have reason to
Oh, hold it
believe
just one
this.
second. My
Uh-oh.
earbud jammy jam just ran out of battery, so I don't know. Hold it. Just let me readjust the volume so we don't
Okay.
lose anyone.
Sure.
Give me 1 sec here.
I agree with you though, Nelda, with that.
Oops.
Yeah.
1 second, guys.
Sure.
Short break. Elevator music. Okay. Can you say something now, please?
Yes. Can you guys hear me okay?
I hear you, but that's
Yeah.
okay. I'm going to fix.
Okay, great.
Wait, let me just try to play a video real
the,
quick. See if I can hear.
okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, all good.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, obviously, like you said the other night, okay, yeah, we're obsessed. We're obsessed because we all agree that there are many missing components that just don't add up, and we're trying to understand the holes that don't make sense. And we're trying to get justice, just as if, God forbid, this happened to any of us. I personally would love for people to look into it and not just say, oh well, somebody said they were guilty, so that's it. And Shanann, I believe, she definitely would want us discussing this and say, you know
Oh, did you freeze?
Oh no,
She
looks like she,
froze.
yeah.
You froze, Nilda. Wait,
Oh.
I just want to read while we're waiting for you to unfreeze, honey. Halia says, I'm sure if Shanann was an unattractive poor woman, meaning not pretty. I saw someone ask what that meant. She may have been arrested for locking the kids in their room, etc. I completely 100% agree with that. I think
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
you know, socioeconomic status and all that has a huge part to play in how our what's it called? Like Child Protective Service, social workers. I can't think of right now. I'm tired, but yeah, how all that works. All of our systems work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh
Oops,
yeah,
somebody
they'd be
hit my-
knocking on your door.
Yeah, totally. Steve, good point. CV says, I think toxic positivity helped to kill Shanann. Now, it's, I think that toxic positivity is literally, it can be toxic. I know people have made connections with the Jodi Arias case. I started working on a video that did that a while back. I'm going to finish it someday, but and then another case too that's not as well known. But this toxic positivity, and it doesn't mean that she's at fault for her murder or the murder of her children. It just
Right.
means toxic positivity, I think, is a way of distracting someone or separating someone or soothing someone while they don't want to deal with what's going on in their real life, So, okay, Nilda, go ahead, darling. Ah, Nilda, she's frozen again.
I know.
I wonder, I don't know, Nilda, are you from your computer or from your phone? If you're from your computer, I might suggest using your phone. If you're using your phone, if you have a good laptop or like a MacBook, I would suggest switching to that. Whichever one is a higher technology, I would use that one. Sorry, StreamYard is a snob.
It is a
Sorry.
snob.
It really is. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah, lots of mods here tonight. There are, and thank you so much.
Because Double R asked, who are your mods here tonight? And I said, lots of mods here.
Yeah, no, there are. And I just want to take this opportunity to tell the moderators for his channel, all our wonderful moderators, you guys are amazing. Thank you all so, so much.
Yes, you are. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. You know what? The more I think about this too, like I feel I wasn't as fair to the Watts family at the beginning, and you guys were all great with opening my mind and saying, yeah, they're suffering too. And I actually now really feel even more so for Cindy Watts, because it seems like she probably noticed all these things about the children, as she mentioned on her interview, right, with Bella's hair, and just didn't seem quite right, and disagreed with the over medication. But she obviously held back because she seemed to be concerned walking on eggshells with Shanann. So, it makes me see things even differently. I think that, she would have liked to have been more direct with her, but she probably was afraid that her message wouldn't be received well.
Yeah. That's a really good point. If you don't mind, just really quickly, I want to read this one comment because I do like to keep things balanced here, even if it doesn't agree with me. I think it's important. Carol Nichols says, Chris is a psychotic narcissist. No matter who his wife and children were, he would have killed them after meeting the new woman. Looking for Shanann's fault won't ever explain his actions. And I do agree with that because I don't think that Shanann's faults caused him to murder. I think that they were a family in crisis. I think there was a ton of factors that played into this, tragedy occurring, but never would we make that direct connection. And I think your comment is very fair and important. Thank you, Carol Nichols. Thank you. You know what? I should have just let Nilda continue to talk, knowing that she has connection problems. I'm sorry, Nilda. Oy, 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 oy. Yeah.
I'm just checking the chat, making sure there's no questions for you or anything.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, here's another important point. Holly S. says, anyone who criticized Shanann would have had to deal with her wrath. So that is an important point, and that's not to bash Shanann, but that's, you know, the balance to a question that I've asked and some people ask, like, you know, this was a family in crisis. My gosh, I wish, not to place blame on anyone, family or friend, but I wish someone would have intervened, would have, you know, done something. But, you know, then Holly says anyone who criticized her would have had to deal with a lot. It wouldn't have been easy. And that's true, you know.
Oh, wait, I wanted, okay, where is it? I missed it. I don't know if you read it from Sarah. It says expensive daycares don't allow daily.
Yes.
Yeah, that's bad.
Oh, that's very true.
So Bella wouldn't have napped, but Cece going all day was in like a nursery school toddler room where they do have to lay on mats for a good hour.
Yeah. Well, I know with my son, I can remember, he was in 3 different, because because my son was diagnosed when he was like 2.5, was diagnosed with it was like a pre-leukemic condition. It's like a blood disease. This is a long story I really want to get into, but we lived in Philadelphia. Then we moved to upstate New York to be close to my family, and also to go to upstate hospital up here, which had some doctors that specialized in what he was dealing with, because his father is Thai. So it's a blood disease that is typically found in people of, you know, that, you know, ethnicity and some others. So a lot of people, even when we were in Philadelphia, CHOP, one of the best children's hospitals around, they were not, I mean, they could have dealt with it, but here at upstate, they were more specialized. Anywho, we went to Philly, to upstate New York, to back to Philly. So in that transition from when he was 2 to 5, he was in 3 different schools. That wasn't typical of his entire childhood. It was just that period of time because of what we had to do. And like, I know, like, some of them were longer naps. This middle one that he was in, when he wasn't really feeling well, they only let them lay down for up to half an hour. Then they would wake them up. He was like just turning 3, if even at that point. So anyway, that's a nitpicky point, but I'm tired, so I just got stuck on it. So I don't even remember. That was a comment, right, Rose? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Double Downtown Wonder. Yeah, Curious Rose, you can maybe. What about the clogged tear ducts Cece had? Could that be caused from oversleeping?
What do you think?
I don't want to say yes or no, but it very well could be.
What do you know about?
I mean,
I literally know nothing.
I don't really remember. Did she have that quite often?
It was a big deal, discussed for at least a couple times.
Just her, just her, or Bella and Bella too?
I think it was just Cece. I think
that when Cece would wake up, man, she slept hard. Like,
yeah, she did.
Didn't she?
She sure did. Yeah.
She looked like she had been on a bender all night. Like,
I know.
You know, she looked rough.
She did. Yeah.
You know, with black tear ducts, I do have to say, like, we do see it more like with the elderly. I'm just saying, you know, in the trauma units, and more so than children. It is caused a lot of times just from people that have chronic sinus infections.
Okay.
It leads to a blockage of those tear ducts.
Okay.
So that very easily could have been her. You know, she had a lot of, infections, and also severe drainage from mucus or pus, whether it being from a sinus infection to an eye infection. It's that increase of drainage that can cause tear ducts to block.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
I'd have to look into it more, but that's the one thing I remember is we definitely saw more adults than children with it, but it's pretty much the standard same, treatment to cure, antibiotics, you're flushing it out. It's just harder for kids. They don't want you to come even near them because their eyes it's sore.
Right. Yeah.
Huh.
I forgot
Hmm.
about that now that you're saying that. She had aw.
Yeah.
And try telling a 2-year-old, whatever, we're going to ask you to avoid rubbing your eyes.
Oh my gosh, I know. I
Yeah,
know.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
gonna go.
No.
And by the way, and also wash your hands frequently. No,
Yeah, right.
the 2 things
Totally.
that could help prevent it is not going to
Yeah.
happen with the child. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, totally, totally. Welcome back, Nilda. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm good. I'm good. Yes, sorry about that. We've had some
That's okay.
Wi-Fi, but I'm happy just to be a part of the group. So I didn't, I just
Yeah.
wanted to mention that I do see a lot of areas where I think that she could have done things a lot differently, and I don't look at it like we're bashing, but I'm hesitant because I don't mean to offend anybody if they get that's not my intention. But obviously, there were some issues, and I think it did more harm than good that even the family.
Oh man. Nilda.
Oh, God bless
You know
her.
what? Hold it. Let
So
me
hard.
wait a minute. Hold it. Let me passing the mic to you for a minute. Curious
Okay.
Rose. Let me shut down all my background programs. Let's see if that helps. Okay. Keep Nilda up. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm still here.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
yeah.
I'll read. Tabitha, curious. They were given Benadryl nightly, so the black tear duct thing confuses me, as the Benadryl would have stopped that drainage.
Mm.
The Benadryl, they were given the Tylenol and the Benadryl. The Benadryl, let's be honest, the Benadryl is given to make them sleepy. Okay.
Right.
The Tylenol is given if they had any, sniffles or whatever. So in my eyes, I'm going to say the Benadryl was not, unless they were in the middle of an acute allergic reaction.
Mm-hmm.
That Benadryl was being used to help them sleep all night.
And therefore, it wouldn't have the effect that you'd want Benadryl to have after a while, right? Tolerance kind of thing.
Yeah, that
right?
that wears out. Yeah, oh God, yeah. But if they were on still taking it now, I mean, I don't even know what they'd be up in the dose, because it stops working. You keep taking that every night, it's not going to work after a couple years. It's useless.
Important question here. CVS, is it confirmed Benadryl was every night? It's not confirmed, no. Now, the Tylenol, some said Tylenol and Benadryl every night. Shanann herself talked about Tylenol and Benadryl often. Shanann herself talked about in live streams, and her friends would kind of push back, and she'd be like, oh, come on. I'm just, what I mean. I'm joking or whatever. Cindy Watts said Tylenol every night. She mentioned Benadryl. I don't know. None of it's confirmed,
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's hard. I read their autopsies a million times. Their organs were not enlarged or any. They were healthy.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, they had yet to have any type of damage from that chronic use of those meds. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
It's hard. Let's see. So Nilda, my girl, my Nilda.
Aww.
I know. If for some reason, Nilda, I know that she's here, but if Nilda can't get back with us to a way she can talk to us, we'll have her on soon, because I know some of you also, in addition to everything else she has to say that's awesome, wanted to hear about the Mediterranean familial Mediterranean fever. Since she can speak about that.
About that. How old she was when she was diagnosed, and if it's the same as it's called thalassemia anemia, which is another blood dyscrasia, which my brother was diagnosed at a young age. I was just wondering if they were similar, or how she found out she had it, what her symptoms were, but we can do it another night. It looks like she's having problems with her, poor thing.
Yeah. So Ara asks, so you guys are saying a lot of you are saying this about Benadryl, same with me.
if I take Benadryl, I am like, I feel like hungover, or I just feel like my head's in a fishbowl and I need to take a nappy for like a day. Like Benadryl really affects me, and a lot of you are saying something very similar to that.
I take it because but it doesn't work anymore. I still take it, but I feel like I'm in a stupor, or like I'm in like a
exactly.
Yeah. So for kids, ugh.
Yeah. So Ara asked if I had done a video on just their surgeries. No, I have all the information on what I've been afraid to do that.
I know.
You know what? I
Trying to
haven't.
stay away from that.
Yeah. I mean, there's more when like you, well, at least for me, when you hear someone talk about them kind of in the way Cindy is, or you start like start to list them, you're like, oh wow, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
it's unfortunate, you know, that the medicals are sealed, so there's so much we'll never know.
Yeah. And now listen, so when I was looking into the financial situation and the one bankruptcy that actually went through, and then what was available of the financial records after, I will say there is evidence for sure of the neck surgery being elective. I do believe that to be true.
Whose surgery was
the neck surgery? Shanann's.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So that just seems so crazy to me. I was like not believing it, but as I was looking through documentation, I was like, God damn, it's just true. It just is.
Any surgery with your neck, your spine, your where your neck and spine meet, are risking being one slip, and that's it. You could risk walking for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I know.
Gosh. 2 babies. No, thank you.
No, definitely not.
You know, and I don't remember if any of her Facebook posts she would ever post about having pain in her neck area. I don't know.
No, I don't know. Yeah. That's like a serious. I was teaching Spanish in North New Jersey. This was like an in-between job. Okay, I was around 25 years old, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I was on the highway where I was teaching was like an hour away, mostly on the highway 78 in North Jersey. Some of you might know it. And it was further north where I was teaching. Where I was, it was snowing terribly, ice storm. Where they were, even though it was further north, it was not. Well, they made me come into work anyway. It was a new job. I didn't dare call out. I was driving home on the highway. It sounds really dramatic. It's the only car accident I've ever been in, but it was dramatic because a tractor trailer jackknifed in front of me and then started to like kind of steer out of it.
Yeah.
And I just drove into it almost broadside. It was like kind of at an angle. Yeah. But can't remember how fast I was going. It was a serious accident. A couple cars, this happened, whatever. I hurt my neck very badly. It was like the only thing that I hurt. Fortunately, I think I had like a minor concussion, but my neck, I got whiplash. My neck was busted, hurt so badly. I couldn't move comfortably for a long time. So eventually this went on, and I've had neck problems. You know, it was suggested a few times that I have surgery. It was like C4, C5, C6, like the, connective tissue is basically worn away. It's bone on bone. I was told, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
I would not like get it done because it was like on my neck. It was so painful. There were days, there were weeks, there were probably like months where I could barely focus on anything other than the pain in my neck. I did a lot of like kind of, I don't know, yoga kind of things and holistic practices I could talk about another day. And it finally rehabilitated at some point. And ever since then, it hasn't been such a problem. This is over years. Anyway, I couldn't imagine getting to the point where you actually need a neck surgery where you share as much as someone like Shanann did on Facebook, and you don't mention it ever, not once. I mean, there were some people where I bet the only thing they knew about me was that my neck hurt all the time.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's what I'm trying to say. It was long. Yeah.
Yeah. I was on a Mart's bus and we tipped over on black ice and
Oh, wow.
rolled over, and
Wow.
we killed a man that was in the middle of the highway on 380 because his
Holy
wife
shit.
ran out of gas. So there he is in the middle of
God.
380, and our bus driver was speeding.
Oh, man.
But we didn't know that we killed someone. He was under our bus, and the bus rolled and then tipped over. We had no idea. Like, there was a dead man under the bus. There was a bunch of big dudes on the bus that kicked the windshield in so that we could crawl out. Like, I that's my PTSD, but I swear I blocked a lot of it out. But man, when they say
How long ago was that?
that was 2011, on our way back
Wow.
from New York City, which was probably about 60 degrees, and then we hit the Poconos.
I swear to you, I remember that accident.
Oh.
I'm almost positive I remember that accident.
Yeah, it
Like,
was
was
all
it big
over.
news?
Oh, it was huge news.
Because I lived in Philadelphia at the time. I'm certain I remember that
It was
accident.
huge news.
Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. Wait, where were you coming from? I definitely
We
remember
were
that.
coming from New York City for the day, beautiful day, 60 degrees.
And what were you doing there?
My friend's a hairdresser, and it was like a big hair show type thing. So we went for the day, and it was raining.
It was just like the normal New York bus.
Oh, normal bus. That normal.
I remember that. I remember that. That's so wild.
Yeah, I'll send you the pictures. So when you see the bus, you think, how the hell did anybody live? But when I tell you, when I tell everybody, you see your life flash in front of you. You do. And it was just me and my girlfriend on it. And when we heard that boom, like, we just started spinning, and I just remember screaming. My son's name is Nico, and I just remember screaming, Nico, because in my mind I thought, I'm leaving my son without a mother. And then we just, like, I think I started to pray to my mother because my mom had passed young in like 98, and I just remember praying her. And the bus, we stopped. We rolled over, but we stopped, and it was like the guys in the back of the bus were like, we got to get out of here. It's gonna blow up. I'm thinking it's gonna blow up. They kicked, these four guys kicked the windshield in. Walking over, there were people. We were on the floor, but I looked down. All I could see was somebody's glasses. We were walking over, like there was a man on the ground. We were walking on his face because you couldn't see, because everybody's bag, like everything just was everywhere, all over the place from tipping over. And it was an ice storm here. That was the problem. It was black ice that he did not see. And I thought we were gonna die waiting, because I'm like, we're in it was like Gouldsboro area. I'm thinking we're gonna freeze and die. But I mean,
oh my gosh,
yeah, what a nightmare. You do. I'm telling you, you do see your life. I just saw my son flash, and I just was screaming his name. There was 2 babies on the bus. Oh, it was the worst.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no more buses for me.
Wow, girl, I totally remember that. I remember that's so wild.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry that you had to go through that.
March of 2011, March bus.
Oh my gosh,
terrible. And you know what the weird part is? The man that we killed, because the man I killed, like, it sounds like I killed him, lived about 5 or 6 blocks from me. He was this wonderful guy that used to volunteer for this church for the poor. I didn't know him, but they said he was the most wonderful man. Oh my God. Like, how weird is that? You know, like, terrible.
Oh my goodness.
Life is so precious.
Absolutely. That's absolutely wild.
It's
oh my
wild.
gosh.
It's crazy. It's wild.
I can't believe you were in that crash. I mean, I can't think of many crashes like I'd heard about that really like stuck in my head where I'd remember them, and that was one of them.
Yeah. I mean, my girlfriend was bleeding bad from her forehead, and so there's a lot of blood, and she's like, oh my God, do I look all right? I'm lying. I'm like, you're fine. You look fine. You look great. I mean, I lost about 8 teeth, broke my nose, my neck. It was a nightmare.
This is just like actually all coming back to me now. I had 2 friends that I went to school around Philadelphia with. who were on that bus. I swear to you. The
No
one girl's
way.
name was Eva, and the other one was, it's going to come to me. I'm going to look it up on Facebook. We'll have to talk about this later.
Oh
This
yeah,
is really
we will.
crazy.
Oh, how
I was like,
crazy.
why do I know the details of that so well?
Wow.
And I know that the one that I was close with was Eva. Like, really, she had like PTSD, like, really did after
Oh
that.
yeah,
She was
I do
seriously
too.
hurt.
I had to go for everything.
Oh my god!
You know, and you know what the sad part is? So we, you know, of course we sued because he was speeding. We sued them. So you don't get shit anymore. It's like you've got to show that there's no more pain and suffering. It's like, what are your injuries? Here you go. They didn't. It wasn't even enough money to cover the implants that I still need in the back of my mouth.
Oh my goodness!
Yes, it's
So
our law
sorry.
system is so screwed up, but it's from years of people that abused it and would sue over.
Yeah, like getting a burn from McDonald's.
Yeah,
coffee.
yeah, exactly. Wow,
my
yeah.
gosh.
Find that out about your friends. Talk about.
I will. I'll message her I'll message her tonight. Yeah.
So everybody, just life is precious, and just be grateful for what you have.
That's right. Oh my goodness! Wow.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm reading this other one here. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, Aaron on the side of caution. Where was that in South Jersey, Aaron? Oh my goodness, that's wild.
I'm going
And
back.
this is all in this like relative same area where all these things happen, guys.
Where this happened on 380, it's known for maybe 3 years later. In this area, his name was, I forget his. He was one of the best psychiatrists in this area, and he was killed in that same exact location. His car went right into a mountain, dead on arrival.
I think I know where it's like. Is that kind of like near like the outlets?
Right past it. Right past
yeah,
it.
I know exactly where that is.
Yeah, Goldsboro, right past it.
Yeah, I know exactly where that is. Wow.
Literally, the bus rolled, tipped over onto the right side, and we stopped like about 10 feet from like a little lake river. We would have been for sure dead.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
I know.
Oh, that's so crazy.
I know. The poor bus driver was, and who come to find out was my son's grandparents' neighbor, lived right across the street. When they found out it was him, he took a massive stroke. He was a retired school teacher. He was just so distraught. Took a massive stroke. Then afterwards, because he was so upset with himself, he couldn't. They couldn't even call him to even get any answers from him. He couldn't speak.
Oh yeah,
It was terrible. It was black ice, but he was speeding.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
for sure. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry you went through that.
Oh
Yikes.
no. I'm here. We're here.
Yeah, seriously. Well, let's shoot, where are we? Nilda had sent me a message here.
Okay.
So she says that, okay, so I'm just going to read you. She said, I also want to mention my neck spine issues, holding off on surgery, even with a spinal cord compression, until it affects nerve damage, which will be dropping your items from your hand, but she's avoiding it. So a familial Mediterranean fever, which is what Shanann was trying to show that Bella had, is different than the syndrome. And I will send you all the links when I can, hopefully the next chat. It's an anti-inflammatory issue that affects the linings of the organs. Oh, diagnosed 10 years back. Okay. Oh, wow. Jeez.
Jesus. I remember that when she found out that whatever the diagnosis, they were so happy that they found somebody to say. I'm thinking, why would you be so happy to find out your kids have, this whatever it is? Like, she was so excited about it.
Yeah, I know.
And I remember Sandy's response was, I told you so. Oh, did you, Sandy?
That's right.
Was just, Shanann, you have to feel bad. She was a product of something very traumatic. I don't know.
She was.
Yes.
And that brings me to, I wanted to read this about DTC made a really great comment. I wanted to read here. Let's see,
Oh,
where did it
okay.
go? And it's okay. We're not going to come after you for it, girl. Where'd you go? DTC Prime Time. Holdy. Oh my gosh, there's a lot in chat here. So DTC Prime Time, I might just have to pair. Oh, here. So she said maybe she learned to feign illness as a child to get attention. Please don't come for me. Well, we're not going to come for you, but I think you're onto something there. And
Mhm.
I was saying during the last live stream that I fear, that's what was perhaps happening with Bella, where she learned that she had to, or one way to get attention, what felt like love and nourishment from
Yeah.
her parents, is to be sick. If she was sick, then she got the most attention. I have a feeling that Shanann experienced the exact same thing. Now, this is a very personal story, but I'm going to share it. So, I think that the way my mother and my aunt were raised, things were like that. And you can see signs of that now in adulthood in one of them, but not the other. We're just going to say that much. And when I was a young child, I myself had that experience. And I think it was like when I was a teenager, I started to have this awareness of it. And it was a long part of my teenage and young adult life where I had to train myself out of, um, playing sick and getting that kind of pity, attention, affection from people is not the fulfilling, life sustaining affection and attention that you want to have in your life, Kelly. I really consciously went through this process. And so just speaking from it was almost like an addictive thing. It became easy to just be like, oh, I have this going on, some health thing. And for myself, it's something my mother would respond to. She would she'd be there in a second. Anything else, it was it's not her fault, but that's just what she was used to. So she would give a lot. If you were sick, it was like, oh my gosh, I will give you the world. Anything else,
Yeah.
something maybe she couldn't handle. So I watched myself starting to the beginning stages of falling into that same pattern. And I had to really consciously work my way out of that family pattern.
Yeah.
I'm a little tired. I don't think I can articulate it very well now. So that's all I can really say about that. But yeah, that's a thing. So yeah. Does that make sense?
No, that does make sense.
But I think that may have been the case for Shanann, and I think that perhaps that's why she was so she really leaned toward that. That was a way that she knew she could get what she needed as far as attention and acknowledgement.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
She talked about, well, she didn't talk about it, but that teacher, the counselor, she was in his office every day in high school talking about how her dad was never ever around. He wasn't home. He was a drinker. How her mother favored her brother, and her mother clashed terribly.
Yeah.
So to her, that could have been trauma.
That's right. Now, I have to address this right away. Amy says, I had a lot of issues growing up, appendicitis in 4th grade, eardrum surgery since 6 years old. Even my brother had lupus. Neither of us used it as a crutch or excuse like Shanann did. Well, I actually have lupus. I was only diagnosed with that 4 years ago. Between that time in my young adulthood, when I feel like I talked myself out, what I was just explaining, when I was diagnosed with lupus, I went to the opposite extreme almost. I would deny if anything was wrong with me.
Yeah.
I'd be like, nope, I don't have a fever. Nope, I'm not throwing up, because that's how, I basically balanced it out. So I'm not saying that is always the case. Absolutely
No.
not. I mean,
Right.
we're human beings. We have health issues for sure. I think it's not the issue. The problem, or what I'm observing as being problematic, is not having health issues that you have to deal with as a human being, but looking for health issues, whether they are there or not, as a source of love and fulfillment in your life.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, she
Back,
may have,
Milda?
she
Oh, I'm
may have craved that attention from whoever, whether it was a counselor, she craved that constant tension. And well, what are you going to do
That's right.
without?
That's right. And Utter Nutter says very well, through our experience in life is what molds us as to who we become. And that is totally,
Oh
absolutely
yeah,
true.
absolutely.
Yes, I think so for sure, Molson Man, personally. Um, um, let's see. So DTC, what's this in response to? You said, well, she had her parents move in, then a friend come stay, and then the in-laws. I'm just wondering what that was in response to.
Oh, she seems like a lot of attention, like people who really cared for her. Like she always had people there.
Yeah, that's true.
Always. I mean,
Yeah.
Jesus, that's a good friend that would come all the way from Hawaii and stay
Oh,
for
yeah.
6 weeks with her child. That's a good friend.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, absolutely.
Whew.
Sure. I mean, that's very true. And I mean, people really were drawn to her, and yeah, totally. I think she did have a lot of, there were a lot of people in her life who considered her to be a pillar,
They were the Thrive people, and I don't know if they were under her, or she was under. I don't know.
It was a mix of both.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I can speak for my MLM experience. I
Mhm.
definitely made really quick bonds with people, had really good, my MLM group of friends when I was really involved with it. And then when I was done, the friendship was done. And not always, but in like a bulk of them, I think MLMs do that, and
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah. Huh.
She was in deep with it.
She
was in deep.
was.
They were both in deep at the end, and I don't know what they were gonna do, but I mean, there's always something you could do to fix it.
Yeah.
No matter how bad you think you're in deep with money, whatever it is, there's always a solution.
That's right. That's totally true. And it's so hard. I mean, I've been there before with money and other things in my life. And when you're in it, it's hard to have that perspective, but
it is
true.
But then she was so private, like not telling. The first person I'd be telling if I was like, oh, we're heading for bankruptcy again or anything, would be my parents. Like, they didn't even they didn't know.
Yeah.
They didn't know much. They didn't know as much as what was going on.
Right.
She you know what I mean? The Lavelle friends knew more, not about the money issues though. The Lavelle knew more about the Chris. So she was picking and choosing what she was telling who.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Yep.
Wasn't it Christina, her year of 14 years or something?
Yeah, they were friends for 16 years.
They went to high school. They went to high school together.
Yeah, you're right. I heard what you said. That is a very good friend. And
amazing.
I mentioned that I've always been or considered myself, from Columbus, Ohio. Wanted to go where my mom's family was in Puerto Rico, and I in a lot of I don't even know if it's a word, negation. I was always in denial. Sorry. And what I noticed, I don't even remember the last, like my senior year in high school, because I played the drums. I did everything that went against what was physically beneficial for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm so glad that my parents, that I feel for them. I mean, God rest their souls, but they suffered so much, but they didn't stop me, because now looking back, no matter how many repercussions physically that I had to entail, it's a degenerating disease if you have a bad end of it, and I'm on that side of the spectrum. But a lot of it, I played the drums, and I was like the section leader, and so I was on a mission to prove I'm okay.
A lot. That is what a lot of them do. I'm fine. I'm okay. And even scarier was after the 6 weeks was up, they left Chris with not only their kids, but they left the friends' kids too, and they went away for Lavelle. So then there's Chris babysitting 3 kids. Like it was bizarre.
Oh, I know. Right?
Jeez,
I just,
yeah, that was crazy.
yeah. That really was crazy. I mean, that, yeah. I mean, hindsight's 2020, but
It
that's where
is.
I'm
It
like,
is.
come on, people like that were around them, towards the end, like, really? But
You wonder. You wonder if any of the Lavelle friends were like, hmm,
yeah,
what's up with her? You have to wonder that. Come on. Like, we're
yeah,
all only human. We all talk, not that they were vicious or saying anything horrible, but people, girl, especially women talk. You wonder if they ever had conversations about her behaviors or anything like that. I
yeah,
always wonder
yeah.
that. I always wonder that.
I mean, they must have. I mean, I think that, now personally, going into something, much different than the topic we've been talking about, but I
Yeah.
personally believe that Nicole Atkinson was just a good friend. She is not up to anything shady.
No.
She makes
Right.
statements that are inconsistent or whatever. It's just because she was nervous. She was confused. She was just getting shit mixed up. She wasn't planning on this going down in the history books.
Right. Oh,
And
God, no.
so people could watch her video on body cam again and again and again, and watch her son turn on a light switch with his elbow, or was it his pinky?
Yeah, I know. Oh my God.
Yeah, intergenerational trauma is a real thing. Hi, thank you for saying that. I was looking for that word earlier, couldn't find it. But I think Nicole Atkinson is just a good friend. That's all there is to it. But I think by virtue of her being so, alerted to the fact that, she couldn't get in touch with Shanann at like 9:30 in the morning, like, I think that is all but proof, or it demonstrates that Nicole Atkinson and Shanann's other friends or family members were discussing that something was amiss, and severely so,
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a good friend.
Yeah, sure is. Let's see. Just why did he do this? I know Savannah, you're channeling your inner Kurt, but I know it's really hard, Savannah. This whole thing is really hard. And Rosie, I'm sorry for all of the health issues you had as a child. I was reading your
Oh, I
messages. I'm
know. I
very
love
sorry
Rosie.
about that. Yeah.
She's a trooper, Rosie. That Rosie. She's lovely.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, well, oh God, I don't know. Well, okay. 12th man said Shanann did not have lupus. She told Cindy that Thrive cured her lupus. And if she had lupus, then why was she in North Carolina? She was out in the sun. It's bad for people with lupus. I used to be in the sun all the time. I used to joke and say I was Jamaican bronze all year round.
Mm-hmm.
But, I really cannot go in the sun anymore. It's like really upsetting to me. I'll get like red bumps all over the place. We'll get that
Right.
Butterfly rash. It's just it's awful because I love sun worshiping. I love the sun on my skin, but I can't do it anymore. But that doesn't necessarily, being outside the sun doesn't necessarily mean you don't have lupus. But
Right.
I do know. And I eventually talked to my rheumatologist about this because I tried that whole Thrive system for 30 days, as part of this investigation. I don't like talking about this. It's kind of embarrassing because I just feel stupid, honestly.
No.
When I told my rheumatologist about it, they were like, no. And then went on to educate me about actually how bad these products are for someone with an autoimmune situation like I have. And I was like, oh my God. If anything, truly, according to my rheumatologist, who is a highly respected rheumatologist and so far has done nothing but guide me in the right direction, Thrive should do the opposite for lupus. It should actually trigger it.
You're exasperating it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's all I can say about that.
I know.
Oh, I'm
But
sorry.
she hadn't seen her. She hadn't seen her baby doctor yet. Anyway, so who knows what he was going to say to her? Like, you're not you're not going to take it, and was she still going to take it? Who knows?
Yeah. 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 Oh, and hey, Sarah just made a good point. She said, in my opinion, the toxic positivity of the MLM world meant that they couldn't give her negative feedback or criticism. Plus, she was their leader, except for Addie, who was above her, right? Yeah, I think that's right. Maybe Christine. I'm not sure where Christina was relative to her, but Addie was like her upline or whatever.
Addie was tough. Addie was tough with her. Like
She
tough.
was.
Yeah. Christina was a pushover and would have done anything.
Yeah.
Addie was very tough with her. Addie didn't allow them to use her last name when they interviewed her. For all the
Right.
interviews, Addie does not allow them to use her last name. I think she wanted to once this is over, I think she wanted to make sure she was distanced as best possible.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Christina was a sweet, and you could tell a little bit of a pushover.
Yeah. Well, there's something I need to address. Hi Ham Radio says, I feel like anyone dealing with real trauma at this moment in time should try to seek help other than YouTube. Well, I was just thinking about that. So, yes, I do agree with that, but I'm going to modify that statement. I think help in addition to YouTube. So if you're, in chat right now or anytime on YouTube and you're sharing with people that you're having an experience, that's real and you're in a state of distress, I think that, people do come to YouTube to find others who will listen and, compassion and care. At the same time, please, make sure you get whatever support you need to make sure that you're okay. So, I cannot help the world, but everyone does have my email. If you need a resource, you can email me and I'll just make sure that you have a resource.
Please, me too, Hot Ham. My email is in my about. Please, for anything, we can lead you in the right direction. If you need.
Well, Hot Ham's saying that others should. He's noticing a lot of people are sharing.
Oh yeah, anybody email us because you're right. YouTube is not, it's not the primary place to go. It's a nice where you feel connected maybe with people that are going through similar things, but you don't want to get in chats where it's just toxic and of no help to you. I agree. That's not what you want, but something like this, sometimes you don't even have to talk. Just listening makes you feel a little better.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to share and it's all good. No one's doing anything wrong.
Right.
I'm seeing some guilt, but just make sure you also get more support too. Okay.
Yes, the more the better.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, hold it. So back to, there's just something else I just want to share with y'all. Does anyone have any questions about the Cindy, the Cindy Watts, the extended chapter? There were a couple things I was going to show you, other things I was going to show you, but getting late. Let's see here. Let's see. That was okay. Huh. Well, so you know what? Okay. Cindy, no, we're going to do like this. All right. I got it. I got a plan, guys. Don't worry. That's what I'm here for. That's why I'm the channel creator. All right. Getting tired though. So this one, and so that was a discussion. This one. Alrighty. And alrighty. Okay, yeah. Oops. Hold it. I wanted to share this actually. Hold it. Okay. Oh my gosh. All the videos are playing at once. Hold it. Oh no. What the hell's going on? Okay, here we go. I got control. I'm in control, guys. Don't worry. Oh boy. All right. Never told us about the bankruptcy at all. Found out later, after. And there wasn't much in the way of medical debt in 2015 when they declared bankruptcy, but there was $70,000 in unsecured debt, stuff they had bought. Somewhere in there, Chris had sold his Mustang to get cash for the Lexus down payment lease. By then, he had his work truck. When I look at the bankruptcy filing, so much money, and for what? Clothes, trips they couldn't have afforded. Sandy and Frank had to give them money for their passports. If they couldn't pay for that,
Okay.
what in the world? So something I wanted to show you here. Hold it. I've got to fact check myself. I'm worried I'm going to put out. I don't want to put out misinformation. And June. Okay. Yeah. So that's okay. Hold up just 1 second. So what I want to show you is, so right here, Cindy Watts is talking about the bankruptcy of Shanann and Chris Watts. There was one that had been filed and worked through. And then there was another one that was inevitably going to be happening. There was really no other way out.
Right.
Even if they did go, move in with parents, they still had to somehow resolve all of that debt. And literally, guys, I mean, I'm a believer in you can do whatever you put your mind to, but short of winning the lottery, I mean, they had to declare bankruptcy to resolve that debt. They just did. So, okay. So when did Shanann and Chris first file bankruptcy? Let's just listen to Cindy one more time. There was $70,000. Sandra and Frank were way ahead of us then. Chris never told us about the bankruptcy at all. I found out later, after. And there wasn't much in the way of medical debt in 2015 when they declared bankruptcy, but there was $70,000 in unsecured debt, stuff they had bought. Somewhere in there, Chris had sold his Mustang to get cash for the Lexus down payment lease. By then, he had his work truck. When I look at the bankruptcy filing, so much money, and for what? Clothes, trips they couldn't have afforded. Sandy and Frank had to give them money for their passports. If they couldn't pay for that, what in the world did they go on any of those trips that were really just parties where they bought more overpriced clothing, this time Thrive stuff? It was crazy spending. Chris claims now he didn't know about their money situation. I say, really? 2 years later, they were right there again. And it's not too hard to figure out. He was making $60,000 a year. Their mortgage was $2,700, another $150 for the homeowners, $2,000 a month for daycare, $600 a month for car payments, not counting insurance. They were already in the negative before utilities and food. So why go on pricey trips and buy clothes and toys and get your nails done on Shanann's part? They treated money like monopoly cash. In 2 short years, they were underwater again, having learned nothing, and apparently neither had their banks. Okay. Because So here's the interesting thing. Let's see. All right. So when did the Watts file bankruptcy? Does anyone know? Trivia. Is Molson Man still in his house? Huh?
The Watts, Shanann's parents?
No. Shanann and Chris Watts. When did they file bankruptcy? Does anyone know?
2015.
That's right, June of 2015. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ding, 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 ding. Good job, Rose.
Thanks.
Molson Man, where's your precision? I want a date in an hour in military time. I don't know. That's funny. He's funny.
I just remember because I thought, oh my God, just a few short years later, and they're back where they started from again with more bankruptcy. It just boggled my mind.
Yeah, totally. I know. So it's just crazy. So now what? So 2015, June of 2015. So let's see what's going on in 2015. So here we've got January, February, just Bella getting into a lot of crap. Chris losing his keys in the snow. Bella is congested. Her head hurts. She's at the doctor's in the mall. Valentine's Day. Let's see.
Okay. What? You know how I turn
Guy didn't pay any attention to Bella. Posted on Facebook.
Say, Alexa, 80s music, please.
She's playing with the dog's food and water. She ate 5 pieces of it.
Ugh.
Yeah. But Shanann's shoe closet. So this is March of 2015. Let's see, what is that? It says March of 2015, Shanann's shoe closet. A nicely furnished playroom. March of 2015, fan light, bookshelf, craft table, newly decorated playroom, all new books. Let's see.
Kelly, I don't know if you have the pictures of their last Christmas, the amount of gifts they got. Like,
I do. Yeah.
Wow.
But here, watch just leading up to the bankruptcy here, guys.
Okay.
So April 2015, Bella's at the allergist. April 2015, Bella is seeing the GI doctor. Let's see, Chris and Bella. May of 2015, bought Sissy a beautiful lamp for her room. Look at that. Let's see. May of 2015, Chris is in trouble, hand on the hip like her mom, who's the boss, love her just like her mommy. Oops. Let's see. June of 2015, Bella's helping host a 31 party. We're very involved in the MLMs here. She's got her own personal mechanic. Bella has her first pigtail. Cece's born. There's Cindy Watts, loving grandmother. Chris in August 2015. Now Bella's got her first pigtails. Before she had her first ponytail, now she's got her first pigtails. Lasted 5 minutes. Look, I'm not a pink girl, but Bella and Celeste need this. September 2015. Now remember, they filed for bankruptcy in June of 2015. So, right after they bought this lamp, I guess, and were involved in a few different MLMs, right?
Right.
So now, so we've got, let's see, we've got Whack-A-Daddy. We've got November 2015, another doctor. Stomach virus, November. Here we are in the dog's cage again. And blessed. Bella getting so old. Cute. Bella pretending she's got hair. Bella looking terrified, going out to see Santa. And Christmas of 2015. So let's see. Now, remember, this is the Christmas after they had declared bankruptcy. Okay, fine. Of course, you still need to give your children a nice Christmas and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. And 2016. So now we're going to 2016. So this is just, declared bankruptcy like 6 months ago. So they're still being discharged, right? So this is everything that we had watched already with the rectal thermometer thing. Now, what I'm getting at here, guys, is, Cindy Watts pointing out, she says the family was strange, but really pointing out all of the dysfunction that was going on in the home. Now, I'm going to say yes, that she was right about that, but I'm going to go a step further to say, then you obviously were observing the state of crisis this family was in. Everyone was observing it. This is just, I think, the lesson that this channel has a responsibility to put out there. So she's talking about, the financial stress they were in, the whole mess that they were in, blah, 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 blah. Now, Justin Lee Reacts made a very good point on his channel once upon a time. I don't always agree with Justin Lee. I like Justin Lee Reacts. I don't always agree with him. I think sometimes his perspective is just a little too sharp for me, but that's just my opinion. My perspective is too sharp for some people. But he said that, in regards to Nutgate, that whenever, Shanann would do something that was really bad, like she would get in a lot of trouble, like financial trouble, like so much so the family had to declare bankruptcy or declare bankruptcy again, she would create a trauma and a drama and another, disaster somewhere else. So everyone would turn their head and look at the other disaster and away from, what happened that she might have to take responsibility for, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that he's onto something there with Nutgate. Now, this is all going back to the point that says a lot of people in their lives were witnessing the state of crisis this family was in. And again, this is not to place blame.
Right.
Intention is for this to be a lesson and a cautionary tale, So after declaring bankruptcy in June, but still buying all that stuff, now, oh, look, all of a sudden, Bella must have familial Mediterranean fever. So she's getting the rectal thermometer twice a day for months, to the point where she's obviously a little obsessed with it,
Yeah.
And, all this, this very dramatic picture of Bella in the hospital. This picture obviously really bothers me. I don't know. It just does. More pictures of Bella and Cece now in the doctor's office. More in the doctor's office. New specialist, she says. More in the doctor's office for our appointment. Why is it during nap time?
A5 last I checked.
Bella's playing doctor. What else would she play?
Oh my gosh!
Now she's got pneumonia. Pneumonia it is, we say. Now, between work and girls' appointments, I think we need to move to Aurora. Already here. Ophthalmology for Celeste. Procedure next month for her blocked tear duct. Bella's at the dentist. If not the doctor, why not dentist? Next best choice. And then I'll look at now. Let's see, what are we in? July 2016. Oh, well, now we've reached 12,000 K level in Thrive, and they're paying for my Lexus. Guys, I
know.
This is a year after they declared bankruptcy. They declared bankruptcy. It's still getting discharged. Now, all of a sudden, the obsession with the children at the doctors and posting about it has increased and increased and increased and increased and increased and increased and increased. Everyone look the other way. Oh, now look at my brand new Lexus that my company's paying for. Did you all forget about that bankruptcy? But meanwhile, people were noticing this, and Cindy Watts is speaking about it. Do you guys have anything to say, by the way?
I would too, as a mother. If that was my son's family, I'd be concerned.
Yeah, I mean, but concerned after the fact. And of course, yes, but she's expressing that she was concerned, hater fevers, messy hair, need to put on my face. Doesn't that sum it up?
Always. And it's always about the hair, her hair or Bella's hair.
Yeah. So, Cindy's now reflecting on the fact that she was noticing all of that. Another procedure for Cece. She was noticing all of this in the moment. So again, it does really all lend to a cautionary tale. If you see something, say something. And when you observe someone you care about, a family or an individual being in crisis, for God's sake,
Anyone was so
intervene.
stupid to give those two credit is beyond me.
Yes.
Bella and Celeste back and
Yeah.
forth to doctors, misdiagnosed for 2 years. I told Shanann that they had asthma and she needed to go find a doctor. She found a doctor one day. She went in to a PA, which is a physician's assistant,
Mm-hmm.
and she diagnosed them with asthma. Finally, the girls were doing great. Other than earplugs put in the girls and them being very allergic to peanuts, which would have caused them death. It's true. Both girls suffered from failure to diagnose or to get the right diagnosis that people in their lives seemed to need for them. Neither of the girls ever displayed any asthmatic symptoms when I was there. And Chris admits now that
You want yucky?
the most he saw was Cece coughing sometimes when she ate too fast. Bella did not suffer from any allergies at all. Despite this, we were told that whatever Cece was allergic to, and sometimes that was chocolate, sometimes peanuts, and later tree nuts, Bella was not allowed to have any of those things either. Young to know all of this, that Chris or Shanann told her that if Cece ate coconut, she wouldn't wake up. I wish no one had done that. She was a very quiet, gentle, frightened little girl. And after the age of 2, she never looked healthy. And her hair wouldn't grow, and she was self-conscious about it. Talking about Bella, of course, now, I know she had the added worry of her sister dying and on her little shoulders. And Mama Bear, Shanann called her. She wasn't a mama bear. She was a baby.
Yeah.
Okay, so we did go over that. I just want to highlight this important point here. So Hi Ham Radio says, let's assume there were possibly several mandated reporters. Well, listen, if the children did, in fact, go to daycare, and I believe they did at least sometimes, there were a lot of mandated reporters around. And I can assure you, any mandated reporter who is seeing the girls on, even somewhat of a regular basis in this point in time, I would bet the ranch that they would have something to report. So there's another lesson, cautionary tale lesson. Not only is it your legal, moral, and ethical responsibility, but for the love of God, if you're a mandated reporter, make the anonymous phone call, report,
But what was the report going to be? The kids are sick a lot? Because the kids going to school were dressed to the nines.
That's true.
They were impeccable. Shanann was involved in every school event and, wanted to bake for different, things, other than her kids being sick and her taking to the doctors to get them care. What were they going to report?
That's right. You're right. I guess you're right. She was very good at covering up. But I don't feel like she was involved in a lot of the school things. I mean, there was like the Christmas concert, and I didn't feel like there was a lot of kids' life outside of that home. Am I wrong? I might be wrong.
No. And I mean, they didn't have they couldn't bring food for parties. They had they couldn't bring because of allergies. So like Halloween parties, birthday parties, you couldn't bring any food in. So they would get pencils or jewelry, like the rubber band bracelets. Like it was, it was a different kind of school. So
right,
she was, involved, I guess, as best she could. But let's not forget, she's a working mother, very busy all day.
Yeah, right,
You know,
right.
she did take them in the morning. That's how, and she did meet Amanda there from there, and that's how they became good friends. But as far as out of school, you didn't hear, when she'd say play dates or whatever. I don't know who they would be with, like,
Right. Yeah.
they're talking about Bella's upcoming birthday when she was going to have a mermaid, and she's like naming a bunch of kids from her class. I kept thinking, oh God, I pray to God those kids are really invited, and B, I hope they all show for this poor kid, because she was so excited. Oh,
I know. She had that friend, Amanda Thayer's child, Amelie or whatever, and she just thought like Amelie hung the moon, whenever you hear, so there's a few videos where she's just like Amelie, she just keeps repeating her name.
And when Christina Meacham stayed, there's that one picture, they're all watching TV on the couch, and Bella has one arm around Cece and one arm around Christina Meacham's daughter, like a little mama bear.
That's right. Right.
That's a heartbreak. That's a heartbreak.
I know. And she's rubbing her hair. She's like playing with her hair. The boot.
Yes.
No. Oh, goodness gracious.
Had they lived, I don't know. I in my mind, I like to think Bella would have gave her a run for her money, because even though she was delayed with her speech and she very baby talk, like she could read pretty damn good.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, well, that was her passion, like really.
Yes,
books,
she could.
right?
I think she was going to go far in life, but I also think,
I think
she was going to give her mother a run for her money, and hell, so was Cece.
Oh my God. I think we've talked about this. Imagine those girls.
They'd be sneaking out the window at night, going out.
Oh my God. And so much more.
God, definitely.
Oh my gosh. I just can't even. Wow. Yeah.
I know.
Poor babies. It's crazy. So, does anyone have any questions there in chat? If you do, go ahead and type them. Go ahead and put them in all caps so we see them.
Yeah, put them in caps. I have my phone now where I hate that StreamYard.
Yeah, I can check them out too. Thank you very much for first being here and helping out with everything and adding so much great information.
Thank you. Well, this is what I like. Anything medical, I love to help you with. It's so interesting. Let me just make sure we didn't meet.
I wouldn't have known, all that information you offered. I knew
failure to thrive babies are just, they're all babies are not cute. Let's be honest. When a baby is born, they're ugly. All right. I had my son. I thought he was gorgeous, but Jesus, they're not the cutest. But failure to thrive babies, like you see every vein in their head, like they're sickly.
See, now I don't even know. What I know about, and see, it's making me aware of my the limits and the whatever, what I do know about. I recognize signs and symptoms in preschool age to slightly older children, because that's what I've worked with. As far as babies, I was I guess I have a basic understanding of babies just because, but just because of what I put together from. Logic, but I've never learned about it. So that was very interesting.
Failure to thrive and fetal alcohol. I could pick them up, line them up, and you could pick them out. You could probably too with the fetal alcohol. You could, you can just pick them out. God bless them.
Yeah, they have a certain look.
That's a hard child, hard early years. It's terrible.
Oh God, that is terrible.
Savannah Bart. I just don't know what to do anymore. I think you're going through something hard, Savannah, and I'm hoping you're going to reach out to someone. Please do. I'm not comfortable with just reading that and us just ending this.
Yeah, no, I agree, Savannah. And I'm going to put my email in chat again, but
I'll put yours in, Kelly. I put mine in, and I'm going to put yours in now.
So why don't you email me, me or Rosa or myself?
Yeah, don't just hang up and Don't do that.
Yeah. No one. Let's see. Oops. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Trying to get. So Green Eyed Bandit says, "Don't you dare blame Cindy Watts. SW was no one to contend with. My husband is very much like SW, but I haven't killed him." Oh my God, I just saw you said I have killed him. I was like, what the? Okay. My husband is never wrong in his eyes. My family hates. Yeah, I get that. So what's his relationship like with your parents, I guess, if you wouldn't mind sharing? I guess you're kind of saying not good. Yeah. What did y'all think of those creators fighting? One is still in hospital.
Oh, isn't that terrible? Oh, you didn't know that?
Oh.
Oh God.
What?
His name is his channel is, I think, Doug Live from Newport or something. He got involved when, remember Brian Laundrie and well, he lives where Brian Laundrie's family was from. So he started this channel and he was looking for Brian. Like, he was at night, he'd take you, you'd be on a ride. You felt like you were in his back seat with him. He's trying to find.
Oh, I remember that.
Such a great guy. Well, at that same time, a local guy started to like stalk him, almost hated him, fighting with him, would follow him. Very scary, to the point where Doug had to like get cameras installed. He was in fear of his life. Well, about 3 weeks ago, this man followed him to his own home, in his own driveway. Doug got out of the car. This man beat him to a pulp. He not breathing. The person with Doug had to resuscitate him.
Oh my God.
He had to have he has a heart condition. He had 3 heart surgeries. It is the worst story ever. This is a man that was stalking Doug for over a year now. It's horrible, Kelly. Horrible. They've been doing they did a lot of like fundraisers, different channels. It's just so sad. It's terrible. Doug is such a sweet guy too. And this this crazy guy also has a channel. It's down now. He took it down now, but he even had a channel.
This is just insane.
It's real life. It's what happens when they go. Wow. Yeah, when they go right. These people go real life. Jesus.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, left for dead in his driveway.
That's really wild. Shanna says, reason number 1674 why I'd never be a true crime creator. There are things you would like never even imagine.
True crime could be rough, dirty.
Yeah. That's totally. Oh my gosh. Okay, so 2 more minutes to put questions or comments and I'm gonna wrap up. But thank you guys, by the way, in chat for being respectful and having like good discussions. And moderators, thank you so much as always. And Rose, you are the absolute bomb. Nilda, thank you for coming up. Thanks, honey.
My sister from another mister. I love you.
I love that. That's right. Yeah, we have to. Rose and I have to get together sometime. We only live like 2 hours apart.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I drive right through. So
we are definitely gonna do a girls' weekend. It'll be fun.
And then we're gonna have something really crazy to report to you. I don't know what it'll be yet, but it'll be special.
Oh yeah. I think we got it. I don't see any questions in capital letters, so in caps. So I think we're okay.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But great questions.
They were great questions. So as we're ending out, I'm just going to play out the rest of, for kind of like the second time around, the rest of the Cindy Watts. This is the very end of the chapter 5, the last chapter of All My Broken Pieces, the part of the chapter that's only in transcript or manuscript form. It's not actually in the book. There's just like 4 minutes of it left.
We played it through a couple times, I think. So I'm just going to finish that out as this video ends here. And guys, thank you all so very much for being here and for being awesome. And I will see you all soon, probably Friday evening, if you can make it.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Awesome. Talk to you tomorrow, girl. Thank you so
Okay.
much for everything. You're
Thank
amazing.
you. Good night. Bye, everyone.
Bye. All right. So, yeah, you guys are great. And Curious Rose, give it up for Curious Rose. She's fantastic. All right. But she was right to worry, I guess, because the sister did die. Didn't she? Chris killed her, killed them both. I don't think that they had any allergies at all. I don't think they should have been dosed up with Tylenol every single night of their lives. And here's another thing that haunts me. The last day of their lives, they went to a birthday party and there was cake and ice cream. And those babies had to stand and look at it, and none for them, not even on the last day of their lives. Celeste was born with her esophagus too small, and they went in 3 times to enlarge it. Steroids like crazy to help her breathe for 1.5 or longer years. And until they were diagnosed with asthma, and then Shanann with her neck surgery, which was out of pocket. It was $25,000 they owed. So that's where so much of the debt was. Sandy must be referring to the second go around of debt here, because Shanann's neck surgery was after that bankruptcy. It was elective and so costly, as were most of the tests on the girls. If Cece was born with anything wrong with her, it sure never showed. She was the healthiest, most active, and happiest little girl. I hate that she went through all of those procedures and all of those drugs from birth. Both girls were left to cry it out. Shanann said it was something like baby wise. I thought it was horrible. 2-hour naps, unless they were at daycare. Drugs at 6 p.m. every single night, sick or not. Bed at 6:30 or 7 at the latest. Those loud rain machines. I was told to never go in when they cried. No rocking ever. I'd watch Bella crawl out of her bed in the dark and crawl to her bookshelf. Then sit in the corner in the dark, holding a book she couldn't read in the dark. If the children had really had asthma, wouldn't having let them cry like that set off the asthma, or Cece's choking? I noticed that when we would FaceTime every night for 4 years straight. Looking back, when we would FaceTime Chris, he'd be putting the phone all over the ceiling, the floors, etc. I said, Christopher, what are you doing? And then he would FaceTime normally. Before Shanann came to North Carolina, Celeste had a rash on her private area, and she went to go get a face cloth and some cream. Chris had the phone. I said, Chris, let me see how bad it is, being that I am an aide. And I still couldn't see it. So I said, wait a minute, let me move my screen, because I couldn't see. So he put it right on her private parts. Oh, I was mad. All I can say to this is that they were very strange. They were a strange family. Chris, Shanann, and her parents, or I should say, at least they were strange to me. From the beginning, I had never seen anyone who would never put that phone down. And I do mean never put that phone down the way Shanann did. Meals, conversations, you name it. The phone was on, and it cost us an unpleasant incident the weekend of the engagement. The phone sent Ronnie and I pictures of our son's penis. The phone was on not just when she was making her videos. Her parents did indeed FaceTime with them constantly. Although Chris did what Shanann said always, he did never warm up to the videos and the constant FaceTiming and phone pics, pictures of every single minute. We didn't FaceTime every night. It would have been painful for one thing, because neither Ronnie or Chris talk much, and seeing how the kids ate dinner isn't necessary. Okay, I get it. I get why they did it, but why did they take their phone into the bathroom? It seems odd to me. But then why did they take pictures every single time the girls were at the hospital? It was just all so weird. So this was an attractive story that became an unattractive story. It neither surprises me or makes me wish we had FaceTime more. Shanann wanted to come for 6 weeks that summer so she could introduce the girls to Chris's sister, who never met Celeste, and her uncle Frankie, who had never met Celeste. Before they started back to school, dance classes, etc., it was the best time. I don't know why Shanann came to North Carolina. For so long, they were facing losing their house and basically homeless unless they moved back to North Carolina and with one set of parents. And maybe it was to see how it would go. And I'll give you a hint, not well. Shanann looked at 2 very expensive houses for sale while she was here. Maybe she or they, though I don't know, thought it was a good idea. But I don't think it was they, because Chris was already in love with another woman. But possibly she thought they could start over in North Carolina like they did in Colorado. If so, I don't think it would have been easy. They weren't just broke, they were drowning in debt with little chance of getting out. They couldn't declare bankruptcy again. They were only 2 years out of the first one. So really, it would have meant living with one family or the other. And if those weeks were any indicator, God help Shanann. She must have been growing desperate. Meantime, I have to wonder what Chris's solution was. So this appears to be the end of the extended chapter 5, some people call it chapter 6, of the book to be by Cindy Watts that just remained in a transcript form
so
and was
that's
never
actually
published.
not going to be totally accurate there. So I'm going to stop that. So, all right, guys. Well, everyone, please be safe. And thank you so much for everything. Nelda, I just read your comment to the comments and I totally took your comments, I think, the right way. And I really appreciate your honest feedback. Let's see. Yeah, Kelly and Jay, it seems like Ronnie and Shannon had a better relationship than Cindy and Shanann did for sure, right? Huh. Let's see. Yeah, I don't really know about that either, just what Cindy said there. So, all right, guys. Wow, it's really late, and I actually do have to get up for work in a few hours. So, but guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, everyone in chat. I really appreciate all of you. So there's some interest in doing a discussion on Baby Wise. I can provide some information about that. I think we're going to have be doing another live stream discussion Friday evening, and I'm deciding on the topic right now. It's going to be a good one, I promise. And some juicy tidbits I didn't share tonight because it was a pretty full slate anyway that I'm going to push over to Friday night, and I'll find out more information. But anyway, everyone, love you guys. Be safe, and I'll see you soon. Thanks, guys. You guys are the best.
Oh, so I'm about to close this down, but if you don't mind, guys, please click like and subscribe if you're not already subscribed on your way out. Just helps out the channel, helps all of us out, and I really appreciate it. Bye, guys. I love that you guys just love chatting with each other. You guys are all awesome. Such a nice community. Thank you guys so much for being you. Oh, Ink, you asked a couple questions at the end. I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't even see that you said you put a question up. I've just been on for a while, and I have to get up for work in like 4.5 hours. So I've just got to go. But I will grab the questions I didn't answer, and I will follow up in the beginning of next live stream. How's that sound? Okay. All right. Have a good night.